Hello. Ooh, that is a little loud. Drop that a little bit. How is everyone doing today? It is Thursday, September 9th. Hope you've all had a good day. And I know, it seems a little odd that I would go live at this time of day, but sometimes, weird times happen. And, I gotta make sure I keep on this, even after taking yesterday off, to find out that, apparently, according to Twitch, I don't have 50 followers. Even though also, according to Twitch, I have 50 followers. So, that's kind of annoying. Oh, bother, I forgot to get out of emote-only chat. 1 second. I gotta remember to do this every so often. But I did know that I needed to take out of it before you sent that in, Rashama, so. But yes, the plan today is a week ago on Friday, I said I was going to open up 2 boxes of magic. And I only got through one of them. So, fortunately, it's not like magic goes bad or anything. So we still have, I'm going to pop over to this one. Second box. Magic the Gathering, Dungeons and Dragons, Adventures in the Forgotten Realms. Because apparently, there wasn't enough hyphens. Oh, fantastic. I'm actually going to take a quick look at that right now while I'm thinking about it. And then we will see if I've actually already been on the server before. Alright. There is so many things that I have been on that server before. That's actually the most recent server that I was on, too. So, the good news is I'm already there. I've spent a lot of time on Ragnarok Online servers, so finding fun ones is always a good thing to do. That said, of course, I don't remember how far I got on it, so even if I, have to make another character, that's fine. Making a character isn't difficult. You just, build an archer, because a lot of private servers don't use ammo management. There we go. Again, because this set came out, I mean, realistically, not too long ago, but it's been out for a while. Oh, the Warlock. Any of the third classes? Sparky Kills. Thank you for following. That puts us above 50 again. And God, I hope this time Twitch actually registers it. And yes, Dresden, we are opening cards. So we've got this whole box, and then a couple other things. Modern Horizons 2 pre-release kit from when Modern Horizons 2 came out. And then just to double check that I didn't already open these, 2 packs of Commander Legends. Yeah. God. It's fun finding the right Wait a sec. Wait. I think I may have written stuff down for that Ragnarok. That's the one that uses Lord coins, right? Or something like that. Because I was building gear, then I kept getting kicked out of the game because Sprite errored, which is really annoying. But all right, let me know if the music's too loud. This time around, we're doing the Brainwave player that has, I've got everything listed up here in the corner, as opposed to just the pretzel chat. So this is all stuff from OC Remix I believe it's a .org. So it should all be safe, but there's a lot of stuff from ages past as well. I was gonna say, I thought most servers had a rebirth system at this point, because didn't you need to rebirth to get to the second job? Like, instead of wizard, it's high wizard. And then you need to get to a certain point in that job to get into the third job. I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff that may have changed in the years since I've paid attention to anything and everything. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. All right. Oh, I just realized some stuff. I might be able to set, hopefully, like reward the little point rewards to do weird funny things with my voice. Like with a voice changer, because I don't usually do that, because I don't think about doing that. So, maybe that'll be a thing. Alright. So, first things first, I'm gonna pop this over here and go, yes. This is Dungeons and Dragons related. Also, look at how happy that beholder is. Oh. Okay. Interesting. By the look of it, I didn't actually get far enough into the game then. That might have been one of those times where I was just like, yep, try to find a game to play, and then play with my sister, and then we never got that far because it was hard to team up with. It's hard to play with people when they are farther away than basic earshot. Not gonna lie. And I'm not going to say no to that, Rashama. I'm definitely not going to say no. But I'm going to double check whether or not I have, whether or not it's the one that I think it is. Because I might still be in a pretty good spot on it otherwise. Yeah, Ragnarok is fun. I've always enjoyed playing Ragnarok online, which, I mean, no real issues with it. It's just, I don't think I can stream a private server, because that's kind of against Twitch's terms of service. So it would be a absolutely for fun kind of thing. Oh wow, there's actual odds on the back of this pack. So this is a pack of Commander Legends, which is like, may contain these Commander cards. I wish this would focus. Nice. I'm happy that they've put these odds on the back of this pack, because it's kind of required by law for gambling. Because that's what this is. This is just gambling. Once again, pack of Commander Legends. Really? I hadn't thought about that. All right. We have a zombie token. Right, exactly. That's why I've been hesitant on anything like that. Because even before they went with the vanilla WoW servers, those have been getting booped real hard. So maybe. I'll have to actually look into it. I mean, yeah, Nova should be a private server, because it's not IRO, or in this case, just Ragnarok Online through Steam, or Perfect World, I think is the company that used it. Interesting. Alright, so let's get into this pack of Commander Legends. It's a 20 card pack. First card, Universal Solvent. It just gets rid of a thing, but it destroys it. If it exiled it, I'd be a much happier person, because some things are indestructible. Defiant Salvager, sacrifice an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on a 3 mana 2/2, but only activate as a sorcery. Not as good as what you'd hope. But it was okay for Aether. No, I think this one was. I'm pretty sure this one was in Aether Revolt and not just Kaladesh. That? Oh, that's not a foil. It's just very shiny. Rummaging Goblin, 3 mana 1/1, tap, discard a card, draw a card. No. There are better merfolk that do that for cheaper. Omen Speaker. It enters the battlefield, scry 2. So, 2 mana 1/3. This is great. I like seeing these cards in Commander. Inspiring Roar, sorcery, 4 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Yeah, that's fine. It's because it's a counter and not until end of turn. Valicute Invoker, a 3 mana 2/3 with pay 8, deal 3 damage. I've seen a lot of these pay 8 mana do a thing creatures, and I think Sunglare Invoker was the better one for Commander, because it would tap down all of an opponent's creatures. No, Dawnglare Invoker, that's it. Speaking of Dawn, it's Dawn's Seraph. 4 mana for a 2/4 with flying and lifelink. It's what you'd expect from a common angel, because 5 mana equals a 4/4 with flying and vigilance. 4 mana, I don't know, you gotta lose something. Ancient Animus. 2 mana instant, put a +1/+1 with counter on a creature you control if it's legendary, and then have it fight a thing. So, all else fails, it's a 2 mana instant speed fight. But if it goes onto a legendary thing, it gets +1/+1 as well. Sure, I don't have a place for it yet, but it's not bad. Supernatural Stamina. This card's fine. It promotes solid trades, but it's only really useful on cards with enter the battlefield effects, or when this creature dies effects. Fire Diamond. 2 mana mana rock. There are better 2 mana rocks, but since this is a draft format, these are great. These are good to see going around. A 5 mana 2/2 human soldier named Squad Captain. When it enters the battlefield with it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter for each other creature you control. If you have a lot of creatures, then it's fine. If you just play this by itself, it's a 5 mana 2/2 because it doesn't even count itself. Interesting. Well, if Ragnarok is a different story, then I might have no problems streaming that at a later point. Which will be really interesting when I come in with the greatest American hero, my super novice, that's all dressed in red with yellow hair. Who, if, I really hope this glitch doesn't still exist, because there used to be a glitch in a lot of the private servers where you could play dead after attacking an enemy. Oh yeah, absolutely double check with any of the GMs to see if it's safe to see if it's safe. But and then also, don't abuse bugs like what I was about to explain, where you could attack something and then play dead and it would still kind of keep attacking if you did it fast enough, but the enemy couldn't attack you back because you were playing dead. Yeah, that's why I've been hesitant on streaming it. So if I'll do some looking into it. So it's with anybody that can have play dead, which is novice, and I believe super novice gets it as well. But also, yes. So I remember, I have fond memories of picking up a weapon that would always deal damage, anything with a very strong or very, very strong, or 3 of them. Anything that was made using a star crumb will deal 5 damage minimum, unless it's against a ghost. Or, like an element that it just doesn't do anything with. And it would just hit constantly for like 5, 10, 15 damage. And I'm lying on the ground, not moving. The enemy can't attack me. If I was in the clock tower and I did that to a non-aggressive enemy, I would effectively pin it down, and sure, someone else could attack it, but it wouldn't leave. It wouldn't go attack someone else. So it was a very, very fast way to get experience. Now, I don't condone doing that because, again, that is bug abuse. But sometimes it's hard to get past level 60 as a novice. Alright, next card, we've got the Lubin Grid Gargoyle, a 6-mana 4/4 with flying. That's an artifact, so it could just be in any deck. Sure. Armillary Sphere. This is a good card that sees a lot of play in Commander, which is why it's in Commander Legends. Because it just searches 2 basics out of your deck and puts them into your hand. You need 2 mana for it, but that's fine. That's very doable. Coastline Marauders. 3 mana for 0/3. Well, when it attacks, it gets +1/+0 for each land defending player controls. Depending on the deck, this is not good or very powerful. But either way, it's a 0/3, so it dies to anything. Oh yeah, I guess it had Encore too, so you could cast it from your graveyard. 1 time. Not the greatest. Warden of Evos Isle, though, this is great. You got anything that's got birds, you play this card. Strength of the Pack, 6 mana sorcery, put 2 +1/+1 counters on each creature you control. No. There are way better cards that do this exact effect, that are cheaper, and an instant. So, I wouldn't use this card. The rare is Akroma's Will. 4 mana, choose 1 instant. If you control a commander, do both. You may choose both. Creatures you control get Flying, Vigilance, Double Strike, or Lifelink, Indestructible, and Protected from all colors. Ooh. And if you control a commander, creatures you control gain Flying, Vigilance, Double Strike, Lifelink, Indestructible, and Protected from all colors. Alright, sure. That's a pretty good card. It has to be for a rare. Unfortunately, I don't know how much that's going to go for, but I'll double check that later. And then, because this is Commander Legends, we have 2 legendary creatures that are also part of the pack that could be rare or uncommon. I think maybe only one of them can be common, and I'm not sure which one. We've got Malcolm, Keen-Eyed Navigator. It's a 3 mana 2/2. DS3. That's I read that as Dark Souls 3 as it was coming out. I was like, did they make a 3rd Dark Souls game? Because I know that there's Demon Souls. Okay. Hey, no worries if you're in and out of chat. It's gonna be a pretty peaceful day so far, I think. Alright, Bloodborne, Dark Souls. Fair enough. I've seen Bloodborne played. It looks really interesting. It just looks like it's... I don't know. I've never gotten the hang of battlefield combats with large amounts of enemies. So, like, you walk around and then you have your area of... It's like an MMO, except you're just playing by yourself, which is how I play most MMOs. Malcolm, Keen-Eyed Navigator, just makes treasures whenever your opponents get dealt damage by pirates. There might be a play for that. I don't know what it is. Nadir, Agent of the Dusknell, a 6-mana 3/3. Whenever a token you control leaves the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and when this creature leaves the battlefield, make elves equal to its power. 100% trying to build a deck around this right now. It'll be blue, green, black, and probably use crabs. We have a foil Path of Ancestry. I think the only way you can get the card foil. And a foil Jaloom Tome. This is not the only way you can get this card foil, which is a shame because Jaloom Tome is not the best tome either. Alright. So because I opened that first, I don't have a nice place to put this, which is a shame. So it just gets slid right back into its wrapper for now. But that was just the water. I need water. It's getting warm again. Why is it getting warm again? We're like a third of the way through September. It shouldn't be 75 degrees. All right. The whole point of today was to make sure and open... Are you serious? Yeah, I guess that game came out today. I mean, I'm not going to worry about playing it because I've already played Final Fantasy IV. I don't need to play the Pixel Remaster because we played it on stream. It's not like remastering it is going to make it look any better or play any different. But the focus of today is for Dungeons & Dragons, Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, a Magic the Gathering product. Subsidiary of Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro Entertainment. A Richard Garfield game. So I have no idea what is actually going to be in these packs. Because I haven't seen pretty much anything from the set. Our token is an emblem. Huh. Okay. I mean, yeah, that might come into play a little later. Might be a nice day to just start a character and then see how far I get in the one stream. Yeah. Alright, our token is an emblem with creatures you control have trample and haste, and get +2/+2 for each differently named dungeon you've completed. from Eliwick Tumblestrum. Right, this is Dungeons and Dragons. Of course, everyone's going to have a silly name. I have nowhere to judge on that one. I have named characters nonsensical things in the past. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm turning this air on. I don't know why it's this warm. It doesn't need to be. Art card. Looks like it's a manticore of some kind. Hey, it's a manticore of some kind. Oh, really? And that's actually really neat. I'm sorry. A challenge rating 3 monster has 68 hit points? Still cool. I do like the art treatment for that. That'll be nice. Then we've got Mountain with flavor text. Gods. Okay, it's a Displacer Beast, first off. I don't know what the name of this frame style is. I think it's whatever they're referring to as the showcase frame. Yeah, I think it's showcase. So when it's a 3-mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. And then it has, because this is Dungeons and Dragons, every ability has a weird name, even though it would have had a different name already. So you can pay 4 and return this to its owner's hand. An uncommon? Sure, yeah. No, that's great. I'm gonna set that over there. We have an Unexpected Windfall, which is not Windfall. Don't lie to the players. This is not what Windfall is. 4 mana, instant, in red. As an additional cost, discard a card. Draw 2 cards, make 2 treasures. That's fine. That's a good ability. Just don't call it Windfall. Price of Loyalty. 3 mana, gain control of target creature until it's Act of Treason. What's the difference? If mana from a treasure was spent on this spell, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So if I sacrifice a treasure to pay for this spell, it makes the creature stronger. Which, I mean, not nothing. It's definitely enough to have it not be called Act of Treason. Sepulchre Ghoul. 2 mana, 2/1, sacrifice another creature, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. But you can only activate this ability once each turn. So this is nonsense card. Not good. It might be okay for blocks, but that means one of the creatures that's getting blocked isn't going to take any damage because you're sacrificing whatever creature was blocking that creature to kill whatever creature this was blocking. So, Alright, we have instant, uncommon, power word, kill. 2 mana, destroy target non-angel, non-demon, non-devil, non-dragon. Yes, very yes. 100%, I'm putting that over there. I am not losing that card. That is a great kill spell. I don't care. Because already, it's already better than Terror. Because Terror was just destroy target non-black, non-artifact creature. Doomblade is destroy target non-black creature. There can be black angels. there can be black dragons. Most demons and devils aren't black either way. But you can kill zombies with it. And that's a big thing. It reminds me of two of the other circumstantial kill spells. There's one that's double black as a sorcery, destroy target non-merfolk, which is called Walk the Plank. Or one of my favorite ones I like using in Commander is 3 mana, instant speed. It's called Eyeblight's Ending. Destroy target non-elf creature. So, before casting it, I would always ask, hey, question about this creature you have. Is it an elf by any chance? Because if the answer is no, it dies. Alright, we have Death Priest of Miracle. It's a Tiefling Cleric. It's a 4 mana 2/2 with skeletons, vampires, and zombies to control get +1/+1. Good, cool. And at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, you can pay 1. If you do, make a black skeleton creature token. That does not say if a non-token creature died, because you have to pay the 1. So you could realistically turn your skeletons into more skeletons. Or the same amount of skeletons. Okay, this is the card. This is the important one. Dungeon Crawler. And wait, is this the important one? I don't know if this is the card that causes like an infinite loop. So Dungeon Crawler enters the battlefield tapped, and whenever you complete a dungeon, you may return this from your graveyard to your hand. This is not the important one. I was thinking of one that when it enters the battlefield, if you have completed a specific dungeon, it stays on the battlefield. Otherwise, return it to your hand and venture into a dungeon. Which that is not the card that I was thinking of. It's just a 1 mana 2/1 that comes into play tapped. Soul Knife Spy. 3 mana Elf Rogue 3/2. When it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Does not even have evasion. It's just, I'm gonna cut you, and then I'm gonna draw a card. And also, weirdly enough, these rarities are kind of working wonky here. Because I think it went uncommon, and then common, and then uncommon again? But that's fine. Alright, Veteran Dungeoneer. A 4 mana 3/4 with when it enters the battlefield, venture into a dungeon. Sure. A lot of dungeon stuff. And I was about to say not enough dragons, but here we have a Dragon Knight. Nadar, the Selfless Paladin. The 3 mana 3/3, already pretty good, with Vigilance, even better. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, venture into a dungeon, and other creatures you control get +1/+1 as long as you've completed a dungeon. Sure, yeah. That's great. Just fine. And, I get the feeling this is just the foil and we're not going to see a class in every pack. That said, of course, our foil for this pack is Druid class. It's a 2 mana enchantment class, which is weird because we just had Strixhaven. How come there weren't any classes there? No, they only had lessons. So, the shtick behind the classes are they level up as you venture down these, and then you get a different thing each time they're level. So, when you play this, it's a level 1. and you can only level up as a sorcery. So that's good to know. Alright, at level 1, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain a life. 2 mana enchantment that does that? Fine. There's a 3 mana creature that does it way better, but it's a creature. At level 2, you may play an additional land on each of your turns. Okay, that's fine. And level 3, you have to pay 5 more mana. Target land you control becomes a creature with haste, and power and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. It's still a land, but only when this becomes level 3. So you can only get that to happen one time. Kinda medium on that. But that's okay. Sorry, I'm bumping this camera around a lot, and I'm really trying to see the best place to put it because I didn't move my monitor all the way back like I did last week. Because I wanted to be like, okay, you know what? I don't need to destroy my seating setup. Otherwise, it'd be really bad. Because it takes about, 15 minutes to get everything back to where I was. Token is an angel token. It's a 3/3 with flying. This is made by the Angelic book that got banned before the pre-release finished. So, take that information as you will. It looks like the art card is some sort of Tiefling Warlock. Farida, Devil's Chosen. We'll see if they are in fact a Tiefling Warlock. Eventually. Alright, we got a Plains, and a Boulette, a Bolty, 4 mana, 3/3 beast. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Alright. Plundering Barbarian. 3 mana 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, choose an ability. Either destroy target artifact or create a treasure token. But they have to have it with new special names, so you can either smash the chest or pry it open. It's a Dwarf Barbarian. A Barbarian can still think to open it up. If it was a Berserker, then smash is the only option. Next we have a Silver Raven. Silver, the letter I comes before the letter L. It's a 1 mana 1/1 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you scry 1. Also, it's an artifact. It's an artifact creature bird. No real thoughts about that one. Oh, good. Just what I wanted to see. Cards with silly names. Alright. 2 mana sorcery. You find a cursed idol. You may either smash it to destroy target artifact, lift the curse to destroy target enchantment, or steal its eyes. Create a treasure and venture into the dungeon. Okay. Yeah. More cards like that, please. At least it's reasonable for the effect, too. Ray of Enfeeblement. It's a single black mana for an instant. Target creature gets -4/-1. But if that creature is white, it gets -4/-4. Until end of turn, I should note. So, solid. Targeted removal. Nope, no complaints there. And then we have, hey, Warlocks. Single black mana for the Warlock class. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, each opponent loses 1 life. That'll only trigger once. And you can pay 1 in a black. When this becomes level 2, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 1 in your hand, and the rest in your graveyard. Sure. And then 6 in a black for level 3. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses life equal to the amount of life they lost this turn. Okay. Great. I like seeing Wound Reflection on another card. But this is also worse Wound Reflection, because Wound Reflection is the end of each end step. Each player who lost life loses that much more life. But it's not terrible. Alright, we have... It was just in focus. Come on. This is all you have to focus on, and you're not doing it. There we go. Shesra, Death's Whisper. 4 mana, 1/3 with Bewitching Whispers. When this card enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn. No. Target creature must block this turn to Fable. And at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, you may pay 2 life. If you do, draw a card. That's not good. That's not a good ability. I don't like that card. It is too weak. It is too expensive. Everything about it isn't good. About the only thing good about this card is the fact that it's a human elf, meaning this is a half-elf, and that's how they template half-elves. Keen-Eared Sentry. 2 mana, 2/1. You have hexproof, meaning I cannot be the target of spells or abilities I don't control, and each opponent cannot venture into a dungeon more than once each turn. That's an uncommon? Great. That'll stop a lot of problems. And we have Hamapashar, Ruin Seeker. 3 mana, 2/3 human wizard. Room abilities of dungeons you own trigger an additional time. So, I believe the wording is room abilities you own of the dungeon. So, whenever you proc a room ability, it'll happen another time. As opposed to room abilities of dungeons you own, because you don't own the dungeon. Circle of Dreams Druid. Tap to add a green mana for each creature you control. It's like having, Cradle of Gaia. But it's not as expensive. $8. Christ, really? Maybe I should be paying attention to these cards a little more than I thought. What was that dragon earlier? The Nadar? Nadar's probably not a lot, right? Yeah, that one's 91 cents, but this is $8. Wow. Put that into a sleeve. Oh no! You're ambushed on the road. For a single mana, you may choose one. Either make a retreat to return target creature you control to its owner's hand, or stand and fight. Target creature gets +1/+3 until end of turn. These are just great. I love all of the silly names that we have on these large cards. 1 second, let me grab sleeves. I've got them for a reason. Because $8 for a rare, I may as well sleeve it up. Set it right there. Ooh, we have a card from the list. Nope. That one on. Alright, and our art card. Some sort of tree with teeth. Looks like it's a giant squid of some sort. Ah, it's a roper. It's a CR5. It's got 93 hit points. Strength of 18. Constitution of 17. But it ain't much to look at with that charisma of 6. Alright, 1 second. I have to go into my, Ah, yes. Okay, let me go into my video producer real fast to do something, because I see this every so often, and I have to do an actual thing about it. And done. Cool. Let's see if that actually does anything. Alright. Sorry, had to add a name to be removed. Because until it gets to the point where I can trust every name that pops in, those ones particularly, I don't want to have there. Alright, we've got an island. I like these. These lands with the flavor text. Our showcase card is a Direwolf Prowler. 3 mana 2/2, and you can pay 2 to give it +2/+2 and gain haste. So if you play it on turn 5, you can have a 4/4 with haste for a turn. Deadly Dispute, 2 mana instant. As an additional cost, sacrifice an artifact or a creature, draw 2 cards, and make a treasure. Sure, it's like Village Rites, but you also make a treasure. Shambling Ghast, a 1 mana 1/1 zombie that when it dies, either a target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1, or you make a treasure. Sure, yeah. It's either a Festering Goblin or you make a treasure. Devour Intellect. 1 mana. Target opponent discards a card. Period. If mana from a treasure was spent to cast this, instead that opponent reveals their hand, and you choose a non-land card from it, and they discard that card. Period. Even just target opponent discards a card at 1 mana is fine. But if you spend the treasure on it, then it is Basically one of the best hand hate cards that you can play. Wow, this is really different. Okay, so I'm not sure how I can best describe this card. So, Borrowin of Clan Undur. It's a 4-mana 3/3 Dwarf Cleric, and the art of this card, to me, not on the screen or that you guys can see, is I can barely see what the dwarf is wearing. It is so dark, like, I don't see the beholder in the background there, or the basilisk on the floor. I just don't see those at all. So that's pretty amazing. And when this creature enters the battlefield, delve into the dungeon, and when it attacks, return up to 1 creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield if you've completed a dungeon. Sure, it's kind of like Sun Titan, only half as strong, and only goes off if you've completed a dungeon. I don't want to see more dragons, though. We've only seen the one. Alright, Cloister Gargoyle. 3 mana for a gargoyle. It's a 0/4. When it comes into play, it does the thing that a gargoyle can never do, which is venture into a dungeon. But as long as you've completed a dungeon, it becomes a 3 mana 3/4 with flying. So, not the worst. Alright, we've got our knight set up for us. It's 50 feet of rope. 1 mana artifact with tap, climb over. Target wall cannot block this turn. Great flavor. Tie up. Pay 3 and tap. Target creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Super good. And then 4 and tap. Venture into the dungeon with repel down. But you can only activate as a sorcerer because it's a full round action to repel. This is a great this is a great artifact. So good. Ah, an Underdark Basilisk. Because it's Forgotten Realms, that's where, I believe that uses the Underdark. Because that's where Drow are. And there's a lot of stuff to do with Drow in Forgotten Realms. Drow, Dark Elves. I don't know what else to call them. So it's a 2 mana 1/2 with Death Touch. It's a Basilisk. And then we have Boots of Speed. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has haste. 1 to cast, 1 to equip. So good if you just need to get in there with the next creature that you have. What? This is a lot of words, and I'm not sure if this is good. Dancing Sword. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets Dancing Sword. It's like the singing in Dancing Sword. But I think you don't actually use your hands, which is a lie because you have to equip it. But when equipped creature dies, you may have Dancing Sword become a construct with flying and ward 1. And if you do, it isn't an equipment. So it eats the soul of whoever was wielding it to start flying around and act on its own. Now that means, effectively, I can use my sword to crew a helicopter. My sword can pilot a ship. I'm putting this in my dwarf deck. Oh, right, I was going to look up to see how much that sword is monetarily. It's probably not much. But, by God, it's Dancing Sword. Dancing Sword is 27 cents. And then our foil is You Come to a River. It is a 2-mana instant with choose one. You may either fight the current and return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, or find a crossing to give target creature +1/+0 and can't be blocked this turn. You may also taunt them, saying that they may have all the horses, but you are on the correct side of the river. And then there's also no choice of curing the dysentery. Our list card is Gitu Chronicler. 2-mana 1/3 with Kicker 4. When it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Just one of these times I want to see like, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to the stack. But it would just say cast target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard without paying its mana cost or something. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of nice stuff in these packs. I think people underestimate. So because this, what? Sorry. Because this set took the place of the core set, which is generally underpowered. That's like the most underpowered set for each year, with very, very few exceptions. A lot of people didn't say like, yeah, we've got all of these Dungeons and Dragons cards and they're weak. Why would we use them? You're not thinking right, because these are very good cards. They just have to be used correctly. Now, this is why I said the what, because our token is the Astropal. Sorry, I said that wrong. The Atropal. I kind of want to get this guy in a helmet, like a space helmet, and call him the Astropal. But, come on. There's not a lot of words. I just want you to see the art. Yeah. Look at this guy. Look how cuddly he is. So it's a legendary god horror. That's a 4/4 with that touch. I mean, yeah, he's just sitting in his chair. I don't know what makes him. And I want to know. Oh, crap. Hey, guess what? I found out what makes him. It's on the back of him. The Tomb of Annihilation. I should have been checking these token cards. So, this is one of the dungeons that you can venture into.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
Yeah, exactly. So, I know I haven't done any of the explanation of how a dungeon works, because, frankly, I haven't thought about it. So this is how a dungeon works. Anytime you have a card that says venture into the dungeon, you either step into the first room, or you go into the next room that you could in the dungeon. Now, whenever you enter the room, just like in Munchkin, you kick down the door and a thing happens. No, that's how it works. There's a reason why it's based off of Dungeons and Dragons. So, For the Tomb of Annihilation, the first room is each player loses a life. Period. But then, the next time you can go to a room, you may either choose Veils of Fear, which each player loses 2 life unless they discard a card, or Oubliette, a card that I believe still hasn't been reprinted. But I'm not 100% certain on that. Discard a card and sacrifice an artifact, creature, and a land. Now, the reason Oubliette is so big of an effect is because you only have to venture one more time to hit the Cradle of the Death God, thus making that token, whereas anybody that goes with Veils of Fear has each player lose 2 more life unless they sacrifice an artifact, creature, or land. Either way, end all be all, you get to make a 4/4 legendary god token. The Atropal. Okay, neither of the other 2 tokens had a dungeon on the back of them, so that was literally the first time I could do that. I'm glad we got there. And here we have an art card for Circle of Dreams Druid, because we've already opened this card. Got a swamp, so we almost have all of the cards for Domain. Not that it actually matters, but... Ooh. Blink Dog. It's a 3-mana 1/1 with double strike. And... hold up. Pay 4, Blink Dog phases out. I'm sorry, we have phasing? We're actually doing phasing. And it's happened recently enough that there's no rules text here. Phasing is a situation. God, I hope whatever regular art for that card has the reminder text. Ah, cool. A half-elf monk, which is a human elf monk. 4-mana 1/4 with vigilance, and pay 2, tap target creature. This is unfortunate. Could have been so much better, but it is too expensive for what it does. A Null Hunter. 2-mana 2/2 Null. So I guess it's a hunter that is a Null as opposed to a hunter of Nulls. And it has Pack Tactics. Whenever this attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power of 6 or greater this combat, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. God, you have 3 of these guys and they just get big. Not bad. 2-mana 2/2s are always like... They're like the base of a lot of fun decks. You come to the Null camp. 2-mana instant speed. You just stumbled right upon that Null camp. You can either intimidate them to have up to 2 target creatures not block, or fend them off to give one of your guys +3/+1. Ah, another copy of Power Word Kill. Going right onto that stack. And another copy of... Sorry, I thought I saw something. Another copy of Death Priest of Mirkul. Going right onto this stack. And the Dungeon Crawler. We saw all of these cards in this order. If this rare is the Dragon Knight... Okay, we didn't see the Ranger Hawk. I'm fine with this now. 3, tap another target creature you control to venture into the dungeon. I mean, it's a 1-mana creature that does this ability, so by the time you have 3 mana, you should have a second creature. But also by the time you have 3 mana, you should be doing anything else with your turn. Huh. Wild Shape. 1 mana, instant speed. Choose one until the end of turn. Target creature you control has their base power and toughness. Sorry. Target creature you control has that base power and toughness, become that creature type, and gain that ability. So it's either a 1/3 turtle with hexproof, a 1/5 spider with reach, or a 3/3 elephant with trample. That could be worded much better. In fact, this is how it could be worded. Until end of turn, target creature you control becomes either a 1/3 turtle with hexproof, a 1/5 spider with reach, or a 3/3 elephant with trample. That's how it works. There's way too many words on this card. But it's not terrible. Oh, we got the Sphere of Annihilation. X and black for an artifact. It enters the battlefield with X void counters on it. And at the beginning of your upkeep, exile this card, all creatures, and all planeswalkers with mana value less than or equal to the number of void counters on it. Discard. And then all creature cards and all graveyards with mana less than the number of counters of void it's on. That's a lot of words. It's it just comes into play with X counters, and then beginning of your next turn, remove from the game everything that costs X or less. And then remove from the graveyard anything that costs X or less. Creatures and planeswalkers. So I guess artifacts and enchantments can stay because they don't have souls. Oh no. No. Not again. We have a Rust monster. 3 mana for a 2/1 beast with first strike, but sacrifice an artifact, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This is sadly more expensive than a Tog. The card Atog, spelled A-T-O-G, and I believe it does not give +2/+2, which is what Atog gets. But it has first strike. And for the sake of clarity, Sphere of Annihilation costs 37 cents. We've had one good hit. And our token is a skeleton, but something tells me there's gonna be a dungeon on the back of it. So, this dungeon creates goblin tokens and treasure tokens, as opposed to skeleton tokens. One of the hallmarks of these dungeons were if you needed a token for one of, like, this one requires a goblin token. The goblin token is going to be on the back of a different dungeon, preferably the one that gives you a skeleton token. Because you can only venture into one dungeon at a time. What? Oh, right! There are dragon people. Forgot about that. I was like, this guy's helmet looks weird. It turns out it's because he's a dragon. Come on. Focus. Oh well. What's the art for anyway? You meet in a tavern. Yeah. Alright, cool. Good art. We've got an island. So we're still a forest off of domain. And by God, it's a mimic! It's a 2-mana artifact treasure. You can either tap and sacrifice the mimic to get 1 mana, or you can pay 2 and it becomes a shapeshifter. That's a 3/3 until end of turn. Yes. 100% yes. Rim Bounty. Again, I don't actually get to see the art this well while looking at the card. I can't see that there is a cart. Which is really weird. But 4 mana for a sorcery, destroy target creature or planeswalker, make a treasure token. I remember when 4 mana for a sorcery, destroy target creature or planeswalker was enough. But I also remember when 4 mana for an instant exile target creature or planeswalker, you gain 2 life, was enough. Hey, it's a Mimic again. Well, we've just seen this card. I mean, yeah, we just saw Mimic in fancy art. Still not a bad card. Hired Hexblade. 2 mana, Elf Warlock. It's a 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, if you used a treasure, you draw a card and lose a life. So it's a 2 mana 2/2 with possible upside. Great. Super good. I mean, this card didn't need to be as powerful as this is. So we have Fly for a single blue mana. It's an enchantment. Enchanted creature has flying. You could have stopped right there, and this would have been an okay card. Flavorfully and powerful enough. But it also has, when this creature deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. Because for some reason, the fact that you're very high in the air allows you to go into a dungeon. But no, Fly is a good strong card. The Eccentric Apprentice. 3 mana for a 2/2 Tiefling Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, venture into a dungeon. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've completed a dungeon, up to 1 target creature becomes a bird that is a 1/1 with flying until end of turn. That does not say your creatures. You can bird your opponent's creatures. Ah, you find some prisoners. 2 mana instant, either destroy an artifact by breaking their chains, or you can interrogate them and exile the top 3 cards of your opponent's library, choose one of them, and until the end of your next turn, you may play that card and spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. Wait. Hold up. So, interrogate them. You exile the top 3 cards of your opponent's library. Period. All those cards remain exiled. But you can choose one of them to cast if possible. Okay. Alright. And then we have a Spare Dagger, 1 mana equipment, costs 1 to equip, and the equipped creature gets +1/+0. It has, when this creature attacks, you may sacrifice Spare Dagger. When you do, throw it at any target. 1 damage. Ah, a rare class. Ranger class. 2 mana, when it enters the battlefield, it's an enchantment. Create a 2/2 wolf. And then for 2 mana, when you level it up, whenever you attack, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature. Sure. At 4 mana, you may look at the top card of your library at any time, and you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. You must still pay mana as though it were mana of regular colors. Alright, Ranger class is $5. What the devil is this? We have found a gelatinous cube! 2 black for a 4/3 ooze. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-ooze creature an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. And you may dissolve this. So X and a black. Put target creature card with mana value X exiled with this into its owner's grave. Oh, yes. That's good flavor. It just eats the creature if they don't get it out in time. Alright, so I'm going to check that too. It's probably not much because it doesn't do a lot. But Gelatinous Cube Showcase, 56 cents. And our foil is Swarming Goblins. 5 mana for a 4/3 goblin, and when it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. So, this set had actual die rolling mechanics. On a 1 to 9, you make 1/1/1 red goblin creature tokens. 10 to 19, you get 2 of them, but if you crit with a 20, you get 3. So, 5 mana for effectively a 5/4 minimum, but a 7/6 maximum. Some people didn't like the die rolling mechanic because it could become very, very easy to break it just by odds. Oh man, it's everybody's favorite card type. The mini-game cards. So what minigame do we have this time? Magic and minions. I don't care. This minigame requires 4 players, 2 packs of magic, and can take up to 45 minutes. You know what else you can do with 4 players and packs of magic that takes 45 minutes? Play a game of Magic. Ooh, it's the art for Null Hunter, which we've seen. But this is specifically a Null. Nice. I like these monster cards. Got a mountain. And our showcase is a Pixie Guide. 2 mana for a 1/3 with flying. It's a fairy, because pixies and fairies qualify under the same kind of a thing. Don't ask me to try to quantify what a brownie or a red cap is. I think those might be goblins, according to Magic lore. So it has flying, and if you would roll 1 or more dice, instead roll that many, plus 1, and ignore the lowest result. This is why I talked about dice rolling. You could get enough effects that makes it pretty much pointless to be like, oh no, I rolled lower than a 10. Except I didn't actually roll lower than a 10. I rolled 5 20s, so I get to do something else different. Sylvan Shepherd. 3 mana, 2/3 with vigilance. It's a human. It's a druid, fine, but The name is Sylvan. You could have at least had it be an elf druid. Whenever it attacks, you roll a d20. On a 20, you gain 5 life. Sure, and it has vigilance. Ah, yes. The impending bard. There's always one. 4 mana 3/3 when it comes into play. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn, or you gain 3 life. Yes, I know its name is actually Inspiring Bard. Impending Bard sounds much more likely to be what it is. Ah, Vampire Spawn. 3 mana 2/3. It's a vampire. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Okay. There's worse cards. We got Borrowing again. And a Cloister Gargoyle. So we've already seen these cards. I know, right? Like, Impending Doom is already a thing. But Impending Bard. It's... Dang it, Impending Bard is just that one episode of Doctor Who. Where, if William Shakespeare completed that last, act of, what, Love's Lost, whatever it was, then the world would end. That's all what Impending Bard is. Still not a complaint. I'm glad that thought happened. But 50 feet of rope. Knights just got so much better. Bull's Strength. 2 mana instant, +2/+2, and trample, and you untap it. That's the only thing that I see good about this card. That you untap the creature. Alright. It's really annoying having all of this knowledge of magic cards, because this is the Battlecry Goblin. There's a goblin from, gods, it was Scars of Mirrodin block, that had an ability called Battlecry. And people would just call it the Battlecry Goblin because its name was weird. All we needed to care was it was a goblin, and Battlecry was when this creature attacks, all other attacking creatures get +1/+0. So now we have a Battlecry Goblin with pay 2, goblins you control get +1/+0 and gain haste. But whenever it attacks, if you attack with creatures of total power 6 or greater, you create a 1/1 goblin that's tapped and attacking. Is Battlecry Goblin a static or a fluid buff? Like, is it just goblins you control right now? Or goblins you control until end of turn gain that? I'll have to worry about that thought later. Varus, Silvery Moon Ranger. It's a 3 mana 3/3. Already passing the vanilla test. It has reach and ward 1. Ward, of course, being the ability of this can't be the target of spells or abilities your opponents control unless they pay the cost. Whenever you cast a creature or planeswalker, venture into the dungeon. You can only trigger this once per turn. But whenever you complete a dungeon, you make a wolf. That's not great. Oh, gods. Oh no. Okay, first off, I'm gonna look up what that guy was. Varus. His name starts with a V. It should be easy. Yeah, Varus is 37 cents. But this This is an owl bear. 5 mana for a 4/4 bird bear. It has trample, and when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. But that art with the foil looks so good. Ooh, we have a list card. So no token this go around. But we do have some sort of art with a kind of guy and presumably a hamster? Or as some people would say, hamster. I don't have the mental thought to go and do the voice for the voiceover. A little, yeah. Which makes it worse because this hamster is supposed to be a space hamster. It is Minsk, Beloved Ranger. Which means we have a possibility of opening a card that creates a hamster. Possibly. I hope we get the hamster token. Genie Windseer. 4 mana for a 3/3 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, roll a die. You can scry up to 3. Otherwise, you'll probably scry a 1. It's fine. Yeah, see, this looks so much better on the display screen that I'm looking at, that you can all see, you know, this thing right here, as opposed to what I'm looking at in the card. I don't see that there is, like, weird teeth above this tiefling robe. No, that's their hand. I don't see their second hand. Huh. Kinda weird. But whenever this 2 mana 1/3 deals combat damage to a player, make a treasure token. It might be a good thing I waited to build that token deck until these cards came out, because a lot of this looks real nice. Thieves' Tools. 2 mana equipment. When it enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. Equipped creature cannot be blocked as long as its power is 3 or less, and pay 2 to equip. Sure. Skulk was a mechanic where a creature couldn't be blocked if its power was less than the creatures trying to block it. All that does is kind of force Skulk. Yuan-Ti Fangblade. How many hyphens can we put on a card? 3 mana 2/2 with Death Touch, and when it deals combat damage to a player, enter a dungeon. Hama Pashar, we have seen this one before. Still okay. The Grim Wanderer. It's a 2 mana 5/3 with flash? Hold on, what? Also, how is that a goblin? This is a Goblin Warlock. How is that art goblin in any way, shape, or form? But you can only cast this spell if a creature died this turn. That also means you can cast this during your opponent's turn. Oh. See, I figured him creeping in was what made him a warlock. I took another closer look at the card to see if there was like a pair of tiny legs dangling behind the big body, and there's not. Which is a shame. That would have been hilarious. Alright, we have You Meet in a Tavern. The card from the art earlier. 4 mana sorcery. You can either form a party, look at the top 5 cards, choose a creature, any number of creatures and put them into your hand. Okay. Or you can start a brawl. Creatures you control get +2/+2 until end of turn. Sure. Not bad. Good effect. There could have been better effect. But since you can choose, that's okay. That you can make some of the effects slightly weaker if you have more options stapled to it. Alright, we have a zombie ogre. Name and occupation. 5 mana 3/5 with, at the beginning of your end step, if a creature died, venture into the dungeon. On the plus side, Throg no longer thinks he's clever. Hey, we got Mordenkainen's Faithful Watchdog. 2 mana instant until end of turn. Target creature becomes a dragon. There's another dragon. That's a 4/4 and gains flying until end of turn. How many Mordenkainen's cards are there? Oh my god, we have just straight up Mordenkainen. Yes! Turns out there's this and the creature himself. Triumphant Adventurer. 2 mana 1/1 with Death Touch. As long as it's your turn, he has first strike. And when he attacks, venture into a dungeon? My god, this is a good card. Probably not expensive, but good. Our foil is a Neverwinter Dryad, because Neverwinter is a location in Forgotten Realms. Don't forget that. The game Neverwinter Nights is a Dungeons & Dragons based game. So 1 mana for a 1/1 Dryad, where you can pay 2 and sacrifice it to search your library for a basic forest card, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Now, before I check the next card, I want to see what Triumphant Adventurer costs. 54 cents. I know, a lot of people forgot that Neverwinter existed. Which is unfortunate, because, like, I liked Neverwinter Nights. I tried the Neverwinter MMO from, Perfect World. And it got real grindy. Even for me. And our list card is Tireless Tracker, who has, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, make a clue token. And whenever you sacrifice a clue, put a +1/+1 counter on him. Great, I needed one of these for that token deck. Put it over here with my power word kills. Ooh, another list card. Back to back. Nice. And then the art card looks to be some sort of... Any guess on who this character is? It looked like a dark elf wielding 2 sabers with a giant panther. I think this might be an important named character, but something tells me it's probably not super relevant to anything in Forgotten Realms, right? Like this character doesn't have several books based on them, right? I'm just kidding. This is the art for this mammoth. It's dritzed. It's just dritzed. The Dark Elf Ranger that... Oh, no. That one's not MTG knowledge. That one's Magic the... Or not. It's Dungeons and Dragons knowledge. Or even so far as if you've ever read the webcomic Order of the Stick, they very much lampoon that one because there's a character named Drizzle who's a dark elf that wields 2 scimitars that is very close to the intellectual property of a Wizards of the Coast subsidiary. But hey, we finally got that forest. Oh, what? Ooh. All right, we've got Gretchen Titchwillow. Ooh. 2 mana, 0/4, Halfling Druid. Pay 4 and draw a card. And then you can put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. That art, though. Nice. Nice art. Oh no! You're ambushed on the road, but this time it's not foily. So you can actually see it coming. I thought that said Valor Slinger, which again would have been great for a bard. But no, Valor Singer. 3 mana, 2/3. When it enters the battle, at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0. Sure. It's also a red tiefling. Goblin Javelineer. 1 mana, 1/1 with haste. That does not say tap, deal 1 damage to target creature or player. No, instead it has whenever it becomes blocked, deal 1 damage to target creature blocking it. Oh, this creature has Firster Strike. So, Firster Strike is not an actual term. Mostly because it uses the word firster. There are certain events that happen during combat. First strike is this creature attacks, deals damage first during combat. If both creatures in that combat have first strike, they'll deal damage at the same time. This has, when it becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage. So if someone were to throw a 1/1 in front of this creature, it does not matter if the 1/1 has first strike, double strike, last strike, because I believe they called it third strike, or triple strike, because that's what happened in an unset. This will deal 1 damage before any combat damage is dealt. So this happens before first strike happens. Also, it's just a 1/1 with haste for 1 mana. Great. Raging Goblin got an upgrade. Oh, we got Fly again. That's a guy, not a horse. I thought maybe this was the horse trying to leap over the tower. But no, it's just a dude. Eccentric Apprentice. Guy makes things into birds. You find some prisoners. You can interrogate them. Hey, we have a dragon. It's a white dragon. Does that mean it's ice? I don't remember everything about the chromatic dragons. I remember the metallic ones, not everything about the chromatic ones. So, 6 mana. Cold Breath. It is ice. It's a 4/4 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. It doesn't untap during the next untap step. What? Okay, it's instant speed, so that might help the cost a little. Our rare is True Polymorph, which, yeah, not super expensive, but target artifact or creature becomes a copy of another target artifact or creature. Not until end of turn, indefinitely. Maybe a little too convincing. Oh, we also have a Taraske. Or Tarask. I guess I can look this one up too. About $3. So, 9 mana for a 10/10. Which is already unfortunate because it should be a 20/20. But it has haste and ward 10 as long as it was cast. So if you put it into the battlefield from a different method, then it wasn't cast. Also, whenever it attacks, it fights target creature defending player controls, which isn't really a great ability for a giant dinosaur. Look, this is a town. This is how big this thing is based on that church in the background. So, something the size of multiple buildings is a 10/10. It doesn't even have trample. The foil is Ingenious Smith. 2 mana, 1/1, and when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal an artifact, and put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. And whenever one of our artifacts enters under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, but only once each turn. Oh, it's that once each turn that's the problem. And then we have an equipment artifact that we can hopefully grab with that Ingenious Smith to give equipped creature hexproof and haste. I believe we opened this on Friday as well. This exact version of this exact card. From M20 or from Magic 25, the M12 version of Swiftfoot boots. This is indeed the boots with the fur. Drink some water real quick. Ah, nice. Oh yeah, let's check that. I haven't. Okay, cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I've got Ina's stream on and in another window, just not with sound playing, to see if I need to do something or not. I don't know anything about Phantasy Star Online, so I can't help too much. But it does give a review, at least, which helps when it comes to Twitch deciding what to show people. We have another minigame. This looks to be a guess it. Totally lost in translation. Nah. I mean, that's good. I don't know how old the game is, but seeing as I was very close to calling it Star Ocean, and I don't know why, that might be telling us something. Alright, our art is presumably just a mountain. Please just be a mountain. Mountain! Yes! That means there exists a mountain in this set that has this art. And it was so pretty that they put it out onto an art card. Oh, okay. Right, it's the second Phantasy Star Online. Yes. Our land is a foil plains, which I'll put in the land space. I was wondering when we were going to see some of these. All right, so we have the showcase frames, which are these ones, which we've only seen for creatures. This is Evolving Wilds, an adventure for character levels 1 to 4, which is not actually what it is. There was no adventure called Evolving Wilds. But there have been many a magic card printed named Evolving Wilds. Let's see if this is labeled as a showcase card. It is labeled as a dungeon module card. So Evolving Wilds is a land that comes into play, and you can tap and sacrifice it to look for a basic land and put it onto the battlefield tapped. That's all it does. It helps thin your deck, and grabs what color you might need. And I'm afraid I'm going to need to get as many of these as I can. Because it's so nice looking. Then we have a Shortcut Seeker, a 4-mana 2/5, with when it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. Sure. Charmed Sleep, 3-mana enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature, and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, because it's asleep. The Soul Knife Spy is gonna get you with that with the light knife. Prosperous Innkeeper. It's a 2-mana halfling citizen. So it's also a 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, create a token for treasure. And when another creature enters the battlefield under your control, gain a life. Yeah, okay. Sure. Sounds great. Skullport Merchant. It's a 3-mana 1/4. It's a dwarf citizen. When it enters the battlefield, make a treasure token. And you can pay 2 and sacrifice another creature or a treasure to draw a card. This one's not as good. We have Kalane, Reclusive Painter. 2-mana 1/2, half-elf bard. When it enters the battlefield, create a treasure. There's so many things that create treasures. And other creatures you control enter the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on them for each mana from a treasure spent to cast them? How is that a red-black painter ability? Like, you can see in the background of this painting, that's a demon. That's the kind of thing that you'd expect from this. I feel like this art should not be on this ability. Steadfast Paladin. 2 mana for a 2/2 with lifelink. It's a dwarf knight. Sure. A Drider. 5 mana for an elf spider with reach. It's a 4/3, and when it deals combat damage to a player, create a 2/1 black spider creature token with menace and reach. This is after... Though their forms embody Lolth's image, Driders are those unfortunate drow who have failed the Spider Queen, because they are used to house birthing spiders. Teleportation Circle. 4-mana enchantment. That's at the beginning of your end step. Exile up to 1 target artifact or creature you control. Then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is not going to be an expensive card. Like, I shouldn't even bother looking it up. $3. Huh, okay. More than I thought. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. And then our foil is a Treasure Vault, rare artifact land, which has tap to add colorless mana, or pay double X and tap and sacrifice to make X treasure tokens. This, I can absolutely see being an expensive card. Because it is $6 normally, but $7 foil. So I will sleeve that up, giving us a grand total of 3 cards so far that are greater than $5. So I put them in a sleeve. And that's only from, like, the first stack. We're only a third through the box. That's why I was, hesitant about doing other things today, because we're 2 hours in and we're only a third of the way through the box, and I have some other stuff to open too. Alright, our token is Dog Illusion. Power and steps is equal to twice the number of cards in your hand. What makes a dog illusion? Well, not a dungeon. Dog illusion. And for our art card, we have a Flump. One of the only lawful good creatures, monsters. Because you could say, oh, any NPC could be lawful good if you do it right. No, this is like a not angel that is lawful good. It's a Flump. Challenge rating 1/8. And in case you couldn't tell by the art, it moves around by farting. Alright, land is a swamp. Our showcase card is a Celestial Unicorn. Oh yeah, no, I'm assuming the what about this thing? Yeah, it's kind of like a jellyfish, but it's on land, so it doesn't really have the ability to, pass air other ways. So it gathers up a bunch of air into its air sac, and then it expels all of that air in a directional burst. One of its abilities is even stench spray, so you can absolutely know that it's farting. And they said Dungeons and Dragons was for adults. All right, Celestial Unicorn, 3 mana for a Unicron with plus, it's a 3/2. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Sure, that's fine. It's a common. Hobgoblin Captain, which is a goblin. I think there's a lot of, like, species studying people that have words to say about this. Hobgoblins and goblins are not the same race. But, whatever. It has Pack Tactics. It's a 2 mana 3/1. Pack Tactics. Whenever it attacks, if you attack with creatures with power 6 or greater, this gains first strike. Sure. The Dueling Rapier. Wait. Hold up. Bad thought time. Alright, Dueling Rapier. First off, I'm going to read the card. 1 mana for an equipment with flash. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. And then you can equip it onto something else for 4 mana. Because it's the surprise at first. That's why it's only 1 mana that it's suddenly into a creature's hands. So, not only can I have a dancing sword that's, I have my creature who's using this sword, and then the creature dies, and the sword just starts floating there by itself. And then suddenly, BAM! The sword is using another sword. How? Like, even just 1 mana, boom! I have a flying sword that's throwing a sword around. Dueling Rapier is a good card. Boots of Speed. See, I wasn't even going to talk about how my dancing sword can have boots on. Exactly. God, I haven't heard exhibit memes in a long time. The best one is still, yo dog, I heard you like cars, so I put a car in your car. Now you can drive while you drive. We've seen Boots of Speed. Hama Pashar, we've seen her too. Grim Wanderer, I'm glad to see more copies of this card. I might use this in Standard. Or outside of Standard. Who knows? We meet in a tavern. No, I don't remember Bub Rub. There's a lot of things that I've forgotten over the years, and only some of them actually stick. Exhibit was one of the better ones. Then again, I also remember Fouth, which... Be careful if you look that one up. Plundering Barbarian, we've seen this guy before too. Ooh, Guild Thief. 2 mana, Orc Rogue. Okay. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on it. 4 mana, it can't be blocked. Nice. Great card, good ability. Fine. Just fine. Treasure Vault. Not foil. Still $6. So, back-to-back treasure vaults. Can't really complain there. And we've got a Cyano Stigma. Come on. Get the words. Thank you. 2/1 with Flash for 3 mana. And when it enters the battlefield, roll a d20. On a 1 to 9, you tap a creature. Or on a 10 to 20, it doesn't untap as well. It's fine. It's whatever. I mean, 2 treasure vaults. Can't complain. And that's only in the first third of the pack, or of the box. Alright, just cleaning up spatial stuff. Because if I do this correctly, I can sort everything properly into this box and have just like a whole bunch of rares at the front, and then so it's in each proper stack that the packs came out of. We're now on to pack set number 2. The box had 3 like thick columns of 10 packs each. We've only opened 10 packs of this. Oh, that's a shame. Huh. Interesting. Does so Legion Commander was Dota, right? Not League of Legends. So do you have a lot of Murlocs or fish in that game? Do you possibly remember who Legion Commander could have been based off of? Because, of course... Okay, if there's about 3 or 4 other fishy characters, then sure, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Then yeah, that's probably still a holdover from that. Because remember, Legion Commander is a title, not a name. I have no idea what this is. It's probably about whatever this ogre's name is. Oh, it's an Etten. It's a large giant. Sure, absolutely. I thought it was an ogre. Its attacks are 2 heads, Battle Axe, and Morning Star. Nice. I still like those. Art cards are still very good when they have like the monster stats. A Swamp. And a Baleful Beholder. Yeah. That's the art that gives you nightmares. Interesting. Kind of like when they did the comics for Team Fortress 2, and they basically made canon all of the mercenaries from Team Fortress Classic being their either mentors or, in the case of the engineer, grandfather or regular father, I think. But it's nice to see some thought put into sequels or any sort of continuity nods. Alright, so what's this Beholder do, aside from require you to shoot it until it dies? Which is a pro tip, by the way. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices an enchantment, or creatures you control gain menace. It's a 6 mana, 6/5. Gets rid of enchantments? In black? Okay. Brazen Dwarf, 2 mana, 1/3. With whenever you roll 1 or more dice, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Ah, I see you trying to gain life over there. Sure would be a shame if I... Earth Cult Elemental, more like Earth Cut Elemental. 6 mana, 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, roll a die. Either each player sacrifices a permanent, each opponent sacrifices a permanent, or when you crit, each opponent sacrifices 2 permanents. Ooh. God. I can see why rolling dice might be a problem. Because hoarding ogre. A 4 mana 3/3. When it attacks, roll a die, and if you crit, you make 3 treasure tokens. Otherwise, you make 1 or 2. There's a lot of die rolling mechanics in this pack. Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. It's a half-elf shaman. 5 mana 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, choose an instant or sorcery card in your graveyard, then roll a d20. On a 1 to 9, you may put it on top of your library, but on a 10 to 20, you put it back in your hand. Which is a shame, because I would like this to have been 10 to 19, put it back in your hand. 20, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. Still a may. Power of Persuasion. This is the art. Yeah. Interesting. Sorcery. 3 mana. What? Choose target creature an opponent controls, roll a d20. 1 to 9, either unsummon it, return it to their hand. 10 to 19, put it on the top or the bottom of, its owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Or on a 20, critical chance, gain control of it until the end of your next turn. Meaning you get 1 turn to attack with it. Feywild Trickster. 3 mana for a Gnome Warlock. Blue hair. Gotta have blue hair. It's also a 2/2, and whenever you roll 1 or more dice, create a 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature token. So, all of these cards that require dice rolling, just make some dragons. You hear something on watch. 2 mana. I kind of want to play like a game of D&D, or probably like Pathfinder or something along those lines, and use these as event cards. So, alright, so you hear something on watch. 2 mana instant, you may either rouse the party, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, which is weird, because who wakes up invigorated? Or you can set off traps. This spell deals 5 damage to target attacking creature. Yeah. Way better than Gideon's Reproach, which just dealt 4 damage. Ah, we found another cursed idol. I've already resigned to stealing its eyes. And then we can take a long rest. X and triple green to return X target cards with different mana values from your graveyard to your hand. And if 8 or more cards were returned this way, your life total becomes equal to your starting life total and exile a long rest. Sorry, that's 2 different lines. If 8 or more cards were returned this way, your life total becomes equal to your starting life total, period. Exile a long rest. So it does not matter if 8 was more, or 8 cards or more were returned this way, you have to exile a long rest either way. Now, long rest is an interesting card because it sets your life total to your starting life total, which doesn't help a lot when it comes to this point in the game, because either your life total is well above where it started, or you're losing hard. And our foil is a shiny Celestial Unicorn. That is so bright. Presumably there were other colors on this card. I really hope there were, because if that's the case, then this is definitely a misprint and is hilarious. But if there's not, and it's just so bright. No, it's not. It's not a misprint. It's just that bright. That's a shame. Oh well. And we got the Fairy Dragon token from the Halfling last pack. What? I'm sorry. I could have sworn that this was Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, not Warhammer 40K. The Warhammer 40K set comes out next year? I'm saving this art card myself. What are you? Iron Golem. God, that looks cool. That just looks so cool. Got a mountain. And a Rime Shield. Sorry. A Rime Shield Frost Giant. 5 mana for a 4/5 with Ward 3. Sure. Yep. That's a card. I want to see that Iron Golem. Got a Zombie Ogre again. Name Zombie Ogre. Creature type Zombie Ogre. Precipitous Drop. 3 mana enchant creature. Enters the battlefield, venture into a dungeon. An enchanted creature gets -2/-2. But if you've completed a dungeon, it gets -5/-5. So if you can find a way to complete a dungeon at instant speed, it becomes hilarious removal. We've got Clattering Skeletons. 4 mana skeletons. It's 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, when it dies, you venture into a dungeon. So, all you gotta do is rub these bones against somebody and you can go into a dungeon. Trickster's Talisman, 1 mana, equipment. Equip 2. And equipped creature has +1/+1 and gains when this creature deals combat damage to a player. You may sacrifice this. If you do, create a token that's a copy of this creature. Okay. Sure. There's uses for that. Lightfoot Rogue, it's a Halfling Rogue. 2 mana, 2/1. When it attacks, you roll a d20. Either it gets Death Touch, +1/+0 and Death Touch, or +3/+0 First Strike and Death Touch. But only when it attacks. Reaper's Talisman. That last one was the Trickster's Talisman, so this might be a cycle. 1 mana equipment. Whenever equipped creature attacks, it gains Death Touch. And if it attacks alone, defending player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Sure. Find the Path. 3 mana aura. When it enters the battlefield, delve into the dungeon. And Enchanted Land has tapped at double green. That was almost good. If it just tapped to add just when this land is tapped, add an additional mana to your mana pool, that would have been fine. But no, now it just has tap, add double green. We have the Hand of Vecna, a 3 mana legendary artifact equipment. How are you going to equip someone's hand? I don't know why I'm asking that question. Arm Fall Off Boy is a thing already. At the beginning of combat on your turn, equipped creature or a creature you control named Vecna gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your hand. And to equip it, you have to pay 1 life for each card in your hand. Or 2 mana. Now this is legendary. It is an aura effect. I don't know. I don't know how to work that. Good news, we have more dragon. Imarith, Desert Doom. 5 mana flying dragon. It's a 5/5 that has ward 4 as long as it's untapped. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. And if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw more cards. Okay. So at minimum, this is a draw 1 card. But at most, draw 3 cards if it deals combat damage to a player if you have no cards in your hand. That's actually a strong card, and it's a legendary dragon. How much is it? $7. I mean, the Hand of Vecna shouldn't be anything. Yeah, 32 cents. And then we have Bar the Gates. 3 mana instant, counter target creature or planeswalker spell, and venture into the dungeon. It's remove soul, but it costs 1 more, and it has the flavorful effect of the set. That's about correct. How's... Okay. Ooh, new Goblin art. Yeah, look at that Goblin Token. Yeah. Yeah! It's just a 1/1, but yeah! And then our art is of the Mimic. We saw this guy before. It really likes hands. Sometimes you just get that rumbly and your tumbly that only hands can satisfy. Is this gonna have... Oh, it has the stat sheet too! Yes! Ah, that feels so good. I love these. Alright, we've got an island. And, Farida, Devil's Chosen, which is apparently a Tiefling Warlock, but it's blue and red, not black and red. Interesting. Whenever you roll one or more dice, this gains Flying and Menace until end of turn, and if any of those results are 10 or higher, draw a card. Sure. It's a 3/3. Spoils of the Hunt. 2 mana instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 for each mana spent from a treasure. And then it deals damage equal to its power to a creature an opponent controls. It doesn't fight, it bites. Which I wish was how that was phrased, because it's based off of a card called Rabid Bite. Okay. So, Rabid Bite was hilarious, because it came out in I believe the first Innistrad set, which had werewolves and vampires, and, so what it does is, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to a creature you don't control. And the art is just a guy, a regular human, biting a werewolf, and the flavor text is, oh god, let's actually pull it up. Did it not go? Alright. Looks like it was Shadows over Innistrad, so the second Innistrad set. I'm gonna throw it right here. That's terrible. I would much rather have giant art so I can show off what it looked like. There, we'll go with that one. Yes. You should have seen the look on both their faces, because the guy is just biting the werewolf. It's like, what's going on here? And then we'll remove that again. I have to find an easier way to do this if I wanted to show off cards. Or, realistically, any other image from online sources. Because I keep getting pushed to the background, and I don't know how other, streamers do that easily. But this card, not terrible. The fact that its instant speed is good. The fact that it doesn't actually boost your creature's power unless you spend treasure on it is bad. Ultraguard Ranger. 4 mana for a 4/1 human elf ranger, half elf ranger, with reach, and when it enters the battlefield, you make a 2/2 green wolf. 4 mana for a 4/1 with reach. No. That's not good. Ranger's Longbow. 2 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has reach. Sure. It's a bow. You can shoot things that are flying. Got the Trickster's Talisman again. The Lightfoot Rogue again. And the Reaper's Talisman again. And everyone's favorite, 50 feet of rope. Kalain, Reclusive Painter. Still a bard. Still weird that it's a bard. And then Dungeon Descent. It's a land that enters the battlefield tapped. Better do something good. You can tap to add colorless, or you can pay 4 and tap an untapped legendary creature you control to venture into the dungeon, but only as a sorcery. This is a bad land. It is too slow and has too high of a cost. It's just not good. Whoa! Shiny that Goblin Javelin here. Alright, cool. I'm happy with this. Oh, look at that shine. Ooh, a list card. So, no token, but we do have presumably a Hydra? Is this the... Oh, it's Lair of the Hydra. There must be a land that has this art. I thought it was just going to be the character stats for a Hydra. So close. Got a foil swamp. And our Borea Pegasus. 4 mana for a 2/3 flyer. Enters the battlefield. Target creature gets +1/+0 in flying. Until end of turn. Sure. That's a Pegasus for you. Come on. Fate's Reversal. 2 mana sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And venture into the dungeon. Because it has the venture keyword. Sure. There, again, are better cards to return creatures to your hand. But they don't have the ability to venture. Planar Ally. 5 mana, 3/3 with flying, and when it attacks, venture into the dungeon. This isn't as good. Ranger's Hawk. Pay 3 mana and tap an untapped creature, venture into a dungeon. This is worse than the Planar Ally. We got a Drider. I've seen this one before. A Divine Smite. 2 mana for an instant target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls phases out. If that permanent is black, exile it instead. And then it gives rules text for phasing. So why is phasing in this set? Why did they make phasing into what was a core set? Treat it as if anything attached to it don't exist. Until its controller's next turn. Ah, yes. Stranger Things 3. 4. How many seasons of Stranger Things do we have? Do all of them deal with the Demogorgon? Either way, Demogorgon's Clutches. 3 mana sorcery, target opponent discards 2 cards, mills 2 cards, and loses 2 life. So they are down 4 cards and 2 life. Nice. 3 mana? So good. Who runs Mind Rot anymore? Mind Rot is just target opponent discards 2 cards for 3 mana. Flattering skeletons. Gotta rub those bones together to go into the dungeon. Shocking Grasp. A 2-mana instant that's not red and doesn't deal damage. Why? Also, target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn, and you draw a card. There's so many things that this card could have been so many other things. Shocking Grasp should have been red, should have been an enchantment, and should have been enchanted creature has, when this creature becomes blocked, deal 1 damage to all blocking creatures. That's it. And our land is Den of the Bugbear. Remember that bugbear before? No, wait, that was an owl bear. Ah, well. If you control 2 or more other lands, this enters tapped, so you better play it early. You can tap to add red, or you can pay 4, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/2 red goblin creature, which is not a bugbear. With whenever this creature attacks, make a 1/1 red goblin creature that's tapped and attacking. I mean, after that much, sure. Alright. Den of the Bugbear. Got $5.84. Alright, I'll put it in the sleeve. The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. It returns things to your hand. We've seen this card before, too. And our list card is Will of the Wisp. 1 mana for a 0/1 with flying, and you can pay to regenerate it. Meh. Alright. Token card is a skeleton, which means the back of this one is going to be the dungeon that makes a goblin. Yep, Goblin Lair makes a goblin. However, this goblin, the back of which was the one that made a skeleton! Haha! It's nice when they do this. Down here, create 2 black skeletons this side, then create goblins on this side. And give me 1 second. I'm gonna check something real fast. Alright, cool. Cool. Oh, wait. Since I'm doing stuff, let's see if there's any more. Fantastic. There's probably a couple names that I should probably remove, but that's a worry for a different time. It's not any of the ones that I definitely know offhand. We've got some sort of giant goblin. Ah, yes. Everyone's favorite giant goblin. A troll. Regeneration is not an attack. That's like saying, I have the ability to grow my hair very long. That's an attack. Or, Cure Light Wounds is not an attack. At least the Constitution value's about right for a troll. Got a swamp. And a showcase border Underdark Basilisk. It's the same card, it's just fancier or different art. The Delver's Torch. 2 mana for an artifact equipment. The creature gets +1/+1 when it attacks. Venture into the dungeon. Pays 3 to equip. Sure. Gloomstalker. 3 mana for a 2/3 dwarf rogue. If you've completed a dungeon, this creature has double strike. Okay. Looks like a lot more dungeon-related stuff. Veteran Dungeoneer, we've seen them before. 3 mana, 3/4. And when it enters the battlefield, venture into the dungeon. Moon Blessed Cleric. 3 mana, 3/2. It's a half-elf cleric. And when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an enchantment card, reveal it, and then shuffle your library and put the card on top. Yeah. There's a I think an instant that does the same thing, but that has body. And we have, God, it's been a while since we've seen a class card. Cleric. So 1 mana, if you would gain life, you gain that much +1 instead. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Great. I already have an infinite combo with that. And then when this becomes level 3, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain life equal to its toughness. Trelasara, the Moon Dancer. 2 mana for a 2/2. Sure. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and scry 1. Alright. Yeah. Oh, yeah, see. Here's the regular art for Celestial Unicorn. This could have done with so much more color, but that's unfortunate. Then we have a Purple Worm, which is worm with an O as opposed to with a U. This is not a dragon. It is, in fact, a worm. 7 mana. The spell costs 2 less if the creature died. It's an 8/7 with Ward 2. Okay. Tasha's Hideous Laughter. 3 mana for a sorcery. Each opponent exiles cards from the top of their library until that player has exiled cards with total mana value 20 or more. What? No, what? Okay, this just destroys certain decks in Commander that have very specific build rounds that use 0 mana spells. So a lot of their cards will cost nothing or maybe 2 at the most. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It's $5. And then we have the regular art for Pixie Guide as opposed to the showcase art, where if you roll a die, roll that many +1. That's our foil. You know, I'm not going to complain. All right? We're getting a lot of reasonable cards that cost like $5 to $8. Only one was really more than the others. I think that was the dragon. We have a list card. I haven't checked the rare list card price because it's a tireless tracker. It wasn't much during its standard. Tireless Tracker from the... Wait, what? I guess Tireless Tracker itself is more than what I thought. Weird. Like, apparently Tireless Tracker is $5 to $7. Guess it's still a good card. Huh. Probably should have checked that a lot sooner. Okay, our art is somebody about to get their brain bashed. Den of the Bugbear. So, that's a bugbear. Wait, we had Den of the Bugbear. That must be different art for Den of the Bugbear. And then we have a Manticore. 3 and a black for a 2/1 with flash and flying. That's awful. But when it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn? What? I mean, sure. That's great. No, that's not good at all. Plummet. They've reprinted Plummet. 2 mana instant, destroy target creature with flying. Love to see it. Especially with all the dragons. Our Borea Pegasus. I think we saw this guy. When it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1. Eyes of the Beholder. 6 mana instant, target creature gets -11/-11 until end of turn. I believe that is the first card that has purposefully targeted -11/-11. I don't know why. We have a Drider. The Divine Smite again. Demogorgon's Clutches. You come to the Null camp. We've seen all of these cards. Deadly Dispute. Yep, you saw this one too. You get Treasure Token and draw 2 cards. Oh goodness. Skeletal Swarming. 5 mana enchantment. Each skeleton you control has Trample, attacks each combat if able, and gets +X/+O, where X is the number of other skeletons you control. And then at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 1/1 black skeleton creature token, and if a creature died this turn, create 2 of those instead. Wow. Wow! That sounds good. I mean, it doesn't sound expensive, but it sounds fun. Yeah, 49 cents. Then we have Feign Death. 1 mana, instant speed until end of turn. Target creature gains. When this creature dies, returns to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. That's amazing. That's a great card. And this is a decisive card. Hermit Druid. 2 mana for a 1/1. But that's not what matters. What matters is the ability. You pay a green and tap and reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a basic land card. put it on into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. There exists a combo in, I think it's, I don't know what formats it is in, but so the Stronghold version of Hermit Druid is $13. However, since this is part of the list, it is still $18. I don't know what the combo that this card does, but you know what? I'll take it. Good news! We finally get a treasure token. Come on. Yes. So now we can see why the Mimic is so enticing, because the treasure token is a chest. Ooh, a signed gelatinous cube. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, I would like, actual large versions of some of these arts for the showcase arts. They're nice. And I still want that iron golem. Got an island, and then Trelisara, the moon dancer. Ooh, a secret door. 1 mana for a wall. It's a 0/4 with Defender, and you can pay 5 to adventure into the dungeon, but only as a sorcery. Only as a sorcery can you open the secret door. Bar the Gate. We've seen this counterspell before. This time it's not foil. Mordenkainen's, I forget that there's double N. Mordenkainen's polymorph, make it into a dragon. Still waiting on seeing Mordenkainen proper, but Rally Maneuver. 3 mana instant, target creature gets +2/+0, gains first strike. And up to one other target creature you control gets +0/+2 and gains lifelink. So you cannot target the same creature. You don't get to get the +2 life. Lurking Roper. 3 mana for a 4/5 horror that doesn't untap during your untap step, but whenever you gain life, you can untap it. It's a 3 mana 4/5. It blocks great. The last 3 mana 4/5 I saw had Defender. And I think also protection from zombies. Alright, good flavor text. Yeah, I'll stick with that. Monk of the Open Hand. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. That's great. Especially if it was your first spell. Got another copy of Impending Bard. It does the same thing as last time. Rust Monster still eats artifacts. +2/+0. Asmodeus, the Archfiend. A 6 mana, 6/6 Devil God. With Binding Contract. If you would draw a card, exile the top card of your library face down instead. Which means you cannot lose the game from drawing from an empty library. You can pay 3 and draw 7 cards, which exiles them all face down instead. And then you can pay 1 to return all cards exiled with this to their owner's hands, and you lose that much life. If this card is in play, you cannot lose the game from drawing from an empty deck because of a replacement effect. However, as grand of a card as I think this is, 46 cents. Ah, Shiny Borrowing. I almost have a full playset of that card. Oh no, I am very afraid of what this card is now. Alright, so. This is an advertisement card for MTG Arena. Now, most of the time, these cards on the back here will show, like, that they're a token or that they're something else. This is just an advertisement for Arena. This is only an advertisement. This is worse than those minigame cards. I don't even use those minigame cards. Alright, the art card is of a Drider, which we've seen them plenty of times. This is, however, yes! We have the Monster Manual Drider. Has Spider Climb, has Bite. Spider Climb is not an attack. It's just the fact that it can climb a wall. But it does have a climb speed of 30 feet per turn. Which I just thought and was like, oh, that's terrifying. Because if it's 30 feet per round, and a round is 6 seconds, that thing is climbing vertically 30 feet in 6 seconds. And land. Showcase art of Neverwinter Dryad. The regular art of Baleful Beholder, which looks a lot less intimidating than the showcase art. You come to a river. We've already come to a river. The regular art for Evolving Wilds, which means this is definitely a card in this set, which is good. Moon Blessed Cleric, we've already seen this card. I'm gonna move my headphones for a second because I gotta scratch my ear. And let me... I see. Nope, that's not the right one. Ah, there we go. I need to have that. Okay, cool. Alright, we've got another copy of the Cleric class, which... still terrifying. There's some crazy stuff that you can do with this. Trilisara Moon Dancer, another copy of her. One off from a full playset. Lightfoot Rogue, we've seen this guy before. And then we have, I really got to get this to show because it is. We have Brazilax, Illithid Scholar, a 3-mana 3/2 horror with whenever a creature you control becomes blocked, you may return it to its owner's hand, and whenever one or more creatures you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I don't have high hopes for that card. What was that? Razalax? Yeah, Razalax is 50 cents. This card, however, the Book of Exalted Deeds, I believe got banned before the set came out. You know what? Let's look that up. The Book of... The Book of Exalted Deeds. No, it says everything's legal. So it's a 3-mana legendary artifact. I'm just double checking why this card would have gotten banned. And I don't know exactly. But alright, so 3 mana for a legendary artifact. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life, create a 3/3 white angel with flying. And then you can pay 3 and exile this card to put an enlightened counter on target angel, and it has, you can't lose the game and your opponents cannot win the game. Do so only as a sorcery. So I'm trying to find what the problem was. And it says something about a card called Faceless Heaven. Which isn't a card that was in this set. Wait. Sorry. Faceless Haven. Still not a card from this set. It's from Kaldheim. Oh, that's the problem. Alright, so Faceless Haven can become a creature of every creature type, which means it's an angel. And then this, you can put an enlightened counter on it, which gives you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. And the counter stays there even after the land turns back into a land and is no longer a creature. So, land destruction is the only out for that. Which, fine. Destroy lands. Make it to where lands can be destroyed. And because this card got banned, for various reasons, the Book of Exalted Deeds, still $8. Sure, fine. I'll take it. Also, foily True Polymorph. This is just foiling. It's not going to be much. It's actually cheaper to buy a foil than regular version of this card. Odd. But, I mean, who am I to argue with the people that decide what prices of Magic cards are, aside from the fact that no one really cares too much about what the price of Magic cards are? Like, I've been opening all these cards and getting 0 cents back for them because I don't sell them to, like, retail outlets. I use them. I play cards. Sadly, the only reason I use these sites to see what could be of a value is for when I have to trade with other people because they use these sites for what could be of a value. We have a card from the list. And the art looks to be of some sort of big dragon. Is it just the dragon? Oh. I mean, it is of a red dragon, so I can't complain there. Foily planes. Non-foily Goblin Javenier. Still looks nice. Dragon's Fire. 2 mana instant. As an additional cost, you may reveal a dragon from your hand or choose a dragon you control. This deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Sure, that's fine. If you revealed a dragon card or chose a dragon as you cast a spell, it deals damage equal to that power of that card or creature instead. What if I revealed a card that was technically a dragon, like it's a shapeshifter? It has changeling, so it's technically a dragon? Like, what if I revealed an instant that was a dragon card? It would deal 0 damage. So you'd probably not reveal that card then. Ah, yes, a Jaded Sellsword. It's a dragon. A lot of dragons. Yeah, we're getting there. We've seen a red dragon, there was some dragon fire, and this is a dragon that happens to be red. When it enters the battlefield, if mana from treasure was spent to cast it, it gains first strike and haste. Sure, yeah. 4 mana, 4/3? Absolutely. Improvised weaponry. Deal 2 damage to any targets. Create a treasure token. So close. God, that could have been so great. It's like Lightning Club, but no. Unfortunately, we don't get to have that sort of happy times. This is too expensive for what, if you made 2 treasure tokens, maybe. At sorcery speed, this is not a good card. Which is a shame, because I like improvised weapons. Ray of Enfeeblement. You've seen this card. Give a white creature -4/-4. Warlock class. Starting to grow on me a little bit. So I haven't actually played Mega Man Zero. The only handheld Mega Man game I've played was... oh gods, it was... Mega Man Battle Network 2? Which, wasn't the greatest game. It's probably, yeah, a great series, but starting in on the second one is not the way to do. I think the plot of this one was like, hey, we've got some out of time art, and they were like, oh, weird. We've got Shisara, Death's Whisper. We've seen her. Still not the best. Okay, if the first 3 are really slow, then I can kind of see and agree. Brazen Dwarf, still flicking at you because you're rolling dice. Ooh, we finally split the party. 5 mana sorcery, choose target player, put half of the creatures they control into their hand, round it up. With the flavor text of, don't. Great, we've got more contenders for the best flavor text in Magic the Gathering. one of which is Catch on Lava Axe, and Who's the Crazy One Now? On attributed to Torgal Mountaintop Boatmaker. On the card Sea's Claim, where Enchanted Land becomes an island. What? Well, we have a Planeswalker named Zariel, Archduke of Mace Runs. Starts 4 loyalty. Its ultimate is -6. At the end of the first combat you return, have another combat. So this is Zariel, Archduke of Avamus, and this is the borderless version, I believe. Yep, that's what that is. $8. Is not nothing. I mean, I'm never going to use it. I don't really play with Planeswalkers too much. Because they always die. They don't have good enough abilities. And it's like, only one Planeswalker have I really ever truly enjoyed playing. And that was the 5-mana Jace, who's just had a 0 ability, put the top 10 cards of target player's library into their graveyard. It's strong, but also not really. Alright, our foil is Ultraguard Ranger. It comes into play, it makes a wolf. It's a 4/1 with reach. This thing doesn't want to pick up on it. And our card from the list, if we had a card from the list, is Golem's Heart. Whenever a player casts an artifact spell, you may gain a life. Sure. It had its use. For our final pack, we have a zombie token, which looks a little different from this other zombie token that we had. Which zombie are you more afraid of? This one, which is clearly rising out of the ground right now at you, or this one, who looks like he's well fed and still coming after you? I mean, they're both zombies. Oh yeah, what was on the backside of the zombie card? Advertisement. Cool. We've got a dragon. Presumably a yellow dragon. Oh, it's an adult gold dragon. This one breathes corrosion. Or is that the bronze dragon? Either way, still looks nice. Got a forest. And a non-foil owl bear. Still looks nice. Although I don't think I've seen a regular owl bear yet. Only the showcase border. Direwolf Prowler is the next card, which we've seen in the showcase. But now we can see what it looks like normally. Here's something on watch. Wow, this is just not staying focused right now, is it? It's okay. This is the last pack of this 10. And I'll be able to clean up the area. Circle of the Moon Druid. I didn't realize the Castlevania game was powerful enough to get their own sect of druids. I mean, it's not a bad game. So it's a 3-mana 2/4, but as long as it's your turn, it is a bear that is a 4/2. It just becomes a bear. Okay. Sure. Rally maneuver? Come on. Yep. Rally maneuver. Which is worse because there's a mechanic called rally from the Return to Zendikar. So now things are going to get really confusing. We've got a lurking roper again. It's just out of sight. You can't see it. You can almost see it. It's kind of like Bigfoot, where you can almost see it. There it is. It's a horror. Monk of the Open Hand. No, this is getting ridiculous. So, I mean, we've seen Monk of the Open Hand before. Not a bad card. Ooh, you find the villain's lair. 3-mana instant, you can either foil their schemes, which is counter target spell, or learn their secrets. You draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. That's a good counter spell. And a rare, the last rare of this 10, is a treasure chest, which hopefully we'll be able to focus in shortly. Come on. Come on. There. We had it. We had it. We still have it. All right. Treasure Chest is a 3-mana artifact with pay 4, sacrifice it, roll a d20. On a failure, which is a 1, it's trapped and you lose 3 life. On a 2 to a 9, you create 5 treasure tokens. Which, sure, that's fine. On a 10 to a 19, you gain 3 life and draw 3 cards. Drawing 3 cards... Now, this is all instant speed, mind you. Drawing 3 cards isn't bad. And that is the most likely option that you'll get. But you have pumped 7 mana into this card. However, on a 20, you may search your library for a card. If it's an artifact, put it onto the battlefield, otherwise put it into your hand. If you roll a 20, you can just put an artifact onto the battlefield for free. Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm deals 8 damage, divided as you choose among X creatures or players. Yes, I did see about the model building suggestion, because that was kind of way earlier during your stream. And the foil is leather armor. And well, I was gonna say I can give you a lot of answers right now, actually, because of how we've got this set up. So, because of certain restrictions that I'm not going to go into, like I don't know exactly where you live. I don't know if you have a Walmart or Best Buy kind of situation. I don't know if you use a lot of plugs in your computer or laptop, because what I've got right now is 2 webcams set up. There's the one on top of my monitor, which is, I'm gonna go like this. Right there. That's the one that tracks me. And there's this one, which is just down here, which is kind of not the best way to do it, but it's the way that I have available to me. That said, these webcams are purpose purchased specifically for doing this kind of stuff. And as such, were around $99 to $120 each. Which is okay. It's good for this. Because, I mean, you can see good quality imagery. But if you care about having your hands covered, like you're building models, so you probably shouldn't. Gloves might not be a good idea. That said, of course, I can always suggest one tool that you'll want, which is the God Hand. It's a model snipper. But I think it's kind of expensive too. And I don't want to be like, oh, only... Yeah, you may want to double check which one is the better visual quality, and then have that be the model camera. Because if you're just doing your face on a low quality one, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, I'm not gonna lie, because we are avatars, quality isn't the highest thing. Oh no, I've missed all of the stream. That's unfortunate. I like the stream. But, oh well. So, broke one of the blades. Yeah. I mean, the God Hand is a really good snipping tool. I don't do much with models though, so. Let's see. Yeah, if you've got the ability to run two separate webcams, even if one of them is just your laptop webcam, then you're doing okay. Ah, I see. Cool. Other than that, I would suggest definitely getting a better tripod than what I'm using, which is about 6 inches off of the table, at best. Like, some people have a thing that they dangle from a higher spot. Yeah. Yep, that's right. I don't have that set up. Realistically, I could have clipped this webcam to... Yeah, you're gonna need a lot more room. I might make a suggestion of, before you do something big like that, if you have access to them, there are these nice little wooden trays that come in a pack of 4 that fold up and can be deployed very easily. Depending on your living situation, I might suggest looking into getting some of those. Only because I can be like, hey, I can eat on this thing that's not my desk, that's right in front of my keyboard. But my desk is also a weird situation in itself because this is a legitimate kitchen table that I just have a blanket thrown over with a playmat on top of. You know, while I'm talking about this, I can be stowing these cards because we have completed the second set of 10 cards. Or 10 packs, mind you. And while we may not have, I think we actually did open quite a few good things from that set of packs. Oh, good. I was wondering when I was going to ever encounter Ska again. But, I mean, you talk about how your stream is scuffed. This is kind of the best way that I can do this right now. Depending on what model works. All right. I'm not sure which would be a better one to start with. I know that there are definitely going to be people that would tune in for the Ava, strictly because we now have a conclusion to Neon Genesis Evangelion that happened within this last year. But I don't know. I don't build models. I don't know what it'll take to actually put them together. That said, anything that you actually will find fun is what you need to do. Don't be like, I'm going to build this model, and then it'll be, oh god. The other side of that is I don't know what people actually will put value into those models if they're still sealed. So, I don't know. Speaking of weird things that people put value in when they're sealed. So I bought this item a bit ago. I'm gonna hold this up. I'm gonna slide this right underneath it. Because this came up for sale and I really wanted to get it. So this, you'll notice is still in its box and not taken out yet. Because I don't have like a shelf that I can put it on. But it's the handheld morpher with the coins. And frankly, if I did have a shelf, I would so gladly put this up. Because I've got that. I've got, you know, these two over here that came from a blind box, and I've got 4 more just like them. Not exactly these facial features or even character, maybe. But I don't actually know a lot about ReZero, so they could be of those characters. But, I mean, the reason I bought that is because it was a thing from my childhood that I was like, I want this. Everybody who's done anything with Power Rangers has always thought, like, oh man, what if I had the ability to, you know, have a little transform thing, and then you'd always, while watching the show, do the call-outs. Alright, I'm gonna probably close out of that for now. Boom. Cool. Alright. We still have 10 more packs of this set to go through. We are 3.5 hours in. I'm gonna drink a Coke right now because I am super thirsty. Ah, so good. So good. Now remember, Tresden, you're like, what, 7 years younger than me? So, yeah, about that time. Because I was watching Power Rangers in 94, 95-ish. And I think it's a kind of a universal children thing. Now that's the other thing. What I was gonna say during your stream yesterday when you brought it up was like, if you have a lot of models, feel free to start doing, model collection or model building. I can even send you a couple possible streams that might be interesting to look at. They're all from roughly the same group of people, but like this, where earlier this month I spent $300 and some odd on Magic cards that haven't come out yet to open on stream. This can become very expensive very quickly. But if you already have the things to do not feel bad about doing it. You will get different people showing up, and you might actually benefit from having it under just chatting. Ooh, a card from the list. But, that's its own separate question. Whether or not we can actually get use out of the just chatting feature. Some sort of large 5-headed dragon. It's Tiamat. That's what the large 5-headed dragon is. Because it's Tiamat. Gotta love those big old dragon gods. Challenge rating 30. Oh man. So good. All right, Dresden. Oh no, this card is damaged already? And that's a pain. If I were to make sounds like, the standard ones that characters make, would you like me to do one for Ray? Would you like me to make a Ray sound right now? Because about the only one I can do is the pilfer noise. What he says for pilfer, which is, give me 1 second to pause this song. Turn that off. In fact, I'll even turn off that air. So the only sound coming through this is me. Eat a key! Something like that. Because it always starts with an ita and not tedakeen. Because it's the build-up to the attack. I can do rough noises, but I don't know if those would be good or not. I mean, I just did. You just got my Ray the Ray sound clip. So the reason I had that with nothing else happening is so if you want, you can pull the sound from that and use it anywhere you want. Anywhere. And I'll turn the music back on now. But I can't make Pecco noises. I have just so low of a voice. And I don't think any of these voice buttons will help. Like I don't think that one helps. I actually don't even know if these are working. Maybe if I turned on Hear Myself. Yeah, I have no idea. How about that one? No, that's just still my voice. Odin? No. Baby. No, none of these work. Great. I am so glad I paid for the voice mod lifetime membership. Getting a lot of use out of that. Oh well. Yeah, no, absolutely clip it. Use like Audacity to take away the sound bits or whatever. I've been messing with that a little bit and it's kind of fun. I'm still trying to find I made a monstrosity at one point in time. So this is years ago, but not too long ago. Like more than 10, but less than 20, because it involves the song Christmas Shoes. Now, I don't know if you've heard that song. You probably have if you live anywhere during Christmas time. But during the last part, there's a chorus that has a child sing. And the only reason I know that it's not part of the actual words that the person singing has to sing, is because I had to find 2 different versions in 2 different keys. Now, being the odd person I am, I played them both at one time, at the same time. Which means I ended up with something in the key of, I believe it was G flat and C. It was the scariest possible thing you could imagine of a disembodied child's voice and a second one at a different pitch saying the exact same things, singing about how they want to buy the shoes for their mother because their mother's in the hospital and it's Christmas and she really wants those shoes. Now, I didn't do that with Audacity. I've been trying to find a way to do it again. Because that's just the kind of thing that you would put up in a Halloween, like a haunted house. Oh yeah, no, it's like 7 o'clock for you, absolutely. I'm probably just gonna be able to finish this box and then I should probably eat something too. But I definitely have to finish the box. So, thank you for stopping by, Treston. And I hope if you have any more questions about running webcam like this or doing other non-video game streams, feel free to ask. Oh, we got another Evolving Wilds, so that's good. Hired Hexblade, we've seen them before. We're going to see a lot of cards we've seen before by the look of it. Horde Robber. We've seen that one. The Thieves' Tools. Choose your weapon. We have not seen this one. 3-mana instant, either double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn, or deal 5 damage to a creature with flying. I mean, they've got... they've upgraded their armory to dual wield. Ooh, what are you? Ruinor Battlehammer. 4 mana, 5/3. Legendary Dwarf Warrior. Each creature you control gets +2/+0 for each equipment attached to it, and you can pay 0 rather than the equip cost of the first equip ability. So not each equip ability, which is what the Bright Steel Paladin has. Still good. Plate Armor. 3 mana for equipped creature gets +3/+3 and has Ward 1. And the cost is equipped for 3, but it costs 1 less for each other equipment you control. So the more equipment you have, the easier it is to put on plate armor. Probably because you've taken enough levels as warrior that you should be able to just put on your plate armor at very fast. Alright, we have Wizard class. You have no maximum hand size. When this pay 3, when this becomes level 2, draw 2 cards. Sure, and then pay 5. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. There's a creature that says whenever a +1/+1 counter is placed on this creature, draw a card. Alright, cool. Ah, our rare Paladin class. Spells your opponents cast during your turn cost 1 more to cast. Nice. Creatures you control get +1/+1. Great. And whenever you attack until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 for each other attacking creature and gains double strike. Wow, that's super duper. What was that? Paladin class? P. Paladin class. 275. Not enough for a sleeve, but pretty darn good. However, what is enough for a sleeve is Tiamat, the Dragon God. It's a 7-mana 7/7 that costs 2 white, blue, black, red, green. It reads as flying, and when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, search for up to 5 dragon cards not named Tiamat that have different names, reveal them, and put them into your hand. So close. If it was put them onto the battlefield, just grand slam. But you still put a bunch of dragons into your hand. I looked it up, how much Tiamat is monetarily when I was looking at Paladin class. Tiamat is $16. Our foil is Brazen Dwarf, and our list card I didn't know this was a card! When did this card happen? Jumpstart? Oh my god! 4 mana, release the dogs. Create 4 1/1 white dog creature tokens. I don't do a lot with dogs, because, I mean, look at me. But, look at the art! No, look at it! It makes a little tiny puppo. They charge into battle, and out of their morning walk with the same... Sorry, they charge into battle and out for their morning walk with the same exuberance. Nice. I will probably regret drinking soda that quickly, but the Today is not that day. We have a skeleton token. Also, I'm going to move some things around a little bit because when I did the whole big showy thing, some things got moved. Our art card. Looks like he makes a ghost hound. It's Mordenkainen! Which means that ghost dog that we saw earlier was Mordenkainen's magical watchdog. Sorry, faithful watchdog. This isn't the regular border. This is just a black dragon. I would have much rather had this in the showcase border. Well, I mean, it's a black dragon. Come on. Can't really complain too much about it. It's what the card is. It's a dragon that happens to be black. So 7 mana for a 4/4 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-3. Since that's still like a weird kind of border thing, I'm going to put it in the same showcase pile as everything else. Because Black Dragon doesn't get the border, or the showcase treatment, apparently. Shocking Grasp. We've seen this card. I've been upset at this card. Come on. Come on, there we go. Alright. Rime Shield Frost Giants, this time in the regular art. So and the rules text for Ward. But we have seen that card before as well. Air Cult Elemental. 6 mana for a 2/5 flyer. When it comes into the battlefield, return up to 1 target creature card to its owner's hand. It's not as impressive as the Earth Cult Elemental. Ingenious Smith, we've seen her. We've seen the Rust Monster. Now, the Bag of Holding we have yet to see. So, 1 mana artifact. Whenever you discard a card, exile that card from the graveyard. And you can pay 2 to draw a card, then discard a card. Or you can pay 4 and sacrifice this to return all cards exiled with Bag of Holding to their owner's hands. Now, I seem to recall something about a Bag of Holding and a portable hole being a thing that explodes. Just in Dungeons and Dragons lore. Because you're trying to force 2 pocket dimensions into themselves. Which, I mean, I don't see how that would actually cause a problem. It's when you reach into your Bag of Holding and then into the portable hole that's inside of the Bag of Holding. That's when the problem arises. But it just being there shouldn't be a thing. Dawnbringer Cleric, 2 mana, 1/3. When it enters the battlefield, either gain 2 life, destroy an enchantment, or remove a card from a graveyard. It's a cleric. Cloister Gargoyle, we've seen before. We have Mordenkainen! I'm going to set that down for a second. Potion of Healing. 2 mana artifact. When it enters battlefield, draw a card. Pay 1 sacrifice. You gain 3 life. That's unfortunate. But, by gods, we've got him. I'm gonna put a sleeve on him either way, even if he is somehow less than $5. He is $5. So, Mordenkainen reads. It's a 6-mana planeswalker that comes into play with 5 loyalty. Oh, you got Bungas. Nice. We have Mordenkainen and his faithful watchdog. Because you can -2 to create a blue dog illusion token. This is terribly not visible. +2, draw 2 cards, and put a card from your hand on the bottom of your library. Or -10, so he starts at 5, meaning you have to +2 him 3 times just to be able to use this ability. He has to survive 4 turns. Exchange your hand and library, then shuffle. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size. So you just pick up your deck, and whatever was in your hand before that becomes your deck. And with his watchdogs, whose power and toughness are equal to 2 times the number of cards in your hand, can be really good. I mean, I'm feeling pretty happy about this box. I don't know if, like, monetarily we've done good or not, but just opening cards that I kind of wanted to see and have opened. The only one that I'm missing is the showcase art Iron Golem, which you know, is this guy. But I've got this. And this is probably bigger and better art than just what the showcase card would be. So this is probably what I'd go with anyway. Also, how did you return with burgers that fast? That was only like 1 pack. I bet this is just a Mind Flayer. Yeah, Mind Flayer! Got there! Got a mountain. Got a little pony. The Celestial Unicorn. We've already seen that guy in that art. The Yuan-Ti Fangblade, which is a snake rogue. Alright. Alright, Gandalf. Keep your secrets. Shortcut Seeker, when it deals damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. That sounds like the kind of thing that I would do, where it's just you have leftover burgers from between 1 and 3 nights ago. Because you're like, I'm gonna buy some food. And then you buy 7 times as much food as you need, which is why I have 3/4 of a pizza in my fridge right now, because I only ate 6 pieces of pizza yesterday. After buying 3 pizzas. So that's what I'm eating. That's the plan for tonight. And tomorrow night. And Sunday night. Charmed sleep. Just, it goes to sleep. I mean, I wish I could say the same thing. I know exactly how I'm super chubby with the amount of things that I eat. I'm just glad I haven't continued to gain weight. That I know of. Granted, I haven't weighed myself in about 4 months. But even before then, throughout all of the pandemic, where everybody was on lockdown, I didn't really gain weight. Rust Monster, Bag of Holding, Evolving Wild. We've seen all of these cards. Ooh, I haven't seen this one. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Sounds like it's something that has to do with beholders. If you control 2 or more lands and it just tapped, yeah, taps for a black, sure. 3 and a black, it becomes a beholder with menace. And when it attacks, exile target card from defending player's graveyard. Sure. I mean, it's probably not going to be as much as, like, the Temple of the Lava Bear, but Hive of the Eye Tyrant is $1. That's okay. Oh, we also have Asarak the Arc Lich. Wow. So when it enters the battlefield, if you haven't completed Tomb of Annihilation, this is the card. This is the card that becomes super busted. So, when it enters the battlefield, if you haven't completed Tomb of Annihilation, specifically Tomb of Annihilation, return this to its owner's hand and then venture into a dungeon. When it attacks, for each opponent you create a 2/2 black zombie, unless that player sacrifices a creature. So, the trick with this card is finding any sort of card that says zombies you control cost 1 less, wizards you control cost 1 less, or there's a 2-cost enchantment called Heartless Summoning that says creatures you control, or creature spells you cast, cost 2 less to cast, but creatures you control get -1/-1. Or even if it's -2/-2, that's still 1 black mana, go into a dungeon, and return this to your hand. So it's like, however much black mana I have, I can venture into a dungeon that many times. And when one of these dungeons rewards is partway through, you can just be like, oh, I'll just have each opponent lose a life and you gain a life, and then you draw a card, and then you do it again. You just go through the same dungeon all the times, as many times as you can. So, not surprisingly, this card's $7. Also, it's a 3-mana 5/5, which clearly is not the strongest that we've seen. That would be the 2-mana 5/4. Oh, and the foil is Cleric class. Oh, another card exists that would facilitate shenanigans with that card, with Avesaric, this guy. It's called Rooftop Storm. It's an enchantment that's in blue that says zombie spells you cast cost 0 instead of their cost. And since he's a zombie, you could just be like, okay, 0 mana, I'll play him, return him to my hand. You don't even need to spend mana at this point. There is no end to the abilities, the amount of times you can do that. We've got a zombie token. So, you can kind of see how sometimes cards being expensive makes sense. Our art card is a signed Tarask which I hope isn't just the name of the... Oh, yeah, we got the actual monster manual card. Challenge rating 30. Who will win? Tiamat versus Tarask. I don't actually know. I think just straight up stat-wise, Tiamat's got this in the bag. The only problem is he's pretty big. Ooh, which one? Which eye is that? Ah, Midna. Okay. The best part is we've actually opened both Tiamat and the Tarask today. Ah, we got another Mimic. Nice. Like, the only other card that I would love to see is actual Bahamut, which I think is some sort of Master of the White Rose or something. Of course, monetarily, Old Gnawbone would be nice, but I don't think we'll get that. Alright. Clever Conjurer. Free mana for a 2/3 with Mage Hand. He knows how to use them hands. You can untap another target permanent not named this guy, but also only as a sorcery. He's a bit slow using them hands, and he can't use them on himself. Find the path. Give me 1 second because I can look that up. So I get my cards from cardkingdom.com, or their brick and mortar store is actually around where I live, so I could actually go there and buy cards. They sell singles and they sell sealed packs. This today that I'm opening up is called oh, come on, let's find the actual one. Adventures in the Forgotten Realms Set Booster Box. It is $95 prior to shipping. And only ships in the US because it's a sealed product that is used for standard. I think they can ship sealed product that's outside of standard use because of weird things, but so again, since I've never actually asked exactly where you are, I can't say how much shipping would be, but also because this is a set booster box, it's the cheapest one that's like 30 packs like this. So that's kind of why I figured I could do this every so often. If it's only $100 for the box, you get a day, and also I still have all the cards. It's not like they evaporate once I turn off the camera. Sounds like you live in some kind of hand state, then. Yeah, exactly. Now, that said, there has been always talk between me and other people when I was starting this to be like, well, I'm opening these cards. Do people want to, like, have a thing where I'll open specific cards and then you get those packs? I'll send them off to you. I'm not sure how that would work and how the logistics of it works. Because I'm not one of those... I mean, I actually am being one of those streamers that opens packs. And I can always ask the ones that do, like, you know, where it could be like, yep, this pack was bought by this person, open it up, this is what you're getting, these are the cards, and I'm going to send them off to you. Which might happen at a later point. Just not right now. I have not heard of Pay Money Wubby. That probably is the same kind of situation like with Pokemon. It was Pokemon cards, right? Where they would open it and then... Oh, I see. Well, I mean, a lot of people do Magic on Mondays. Mostly because of the whole word starts with an S. Is not a word that starts with an S. Not simile, not soliloquy, not syllogism. When a word follows a pattern that starts with the same letter. I don't remember what that word is. I feel bad that I cannot remember what that word is. Oh, well. Yeah. Oh. Maybe it's not an S. Oh, I was so close. I almost had there. Alliteration. That's the word. It starts with an A. It's alliterative. Because they start with the same letter. Man, I feel better about that now. But yeah, a lot of people, I thought would like, again, when I tried doing this 3 years ago, I was going to be like, yeah, and then we'll do free Enterprise on Fridays, which is the Final Fantasy IV randomizer. And I was like, I was just going to call it Free Enterprise Fridays, because of course I would. That's why people do Magic on Mondays. Or, other games on days that start with the same letter as the game. Can't really do too much speculation on that one. But we have found a path many a time. Ooh, what's this? Hill Giant Herd Gorger. Well, if it's a Hill Giant, then it's 4 mana 3/3. This one costs 6 mana and is a 7/6. But when it comes into play, you gain 3 life. Okay. I found the portable hole. So 1 mana, when it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent opponent controls mana value 2 or less. Until this leaves the battlefield. It was within these last couple of packs, right? Hey. I can put your bag of holding in my portable hole. And nothing happens. I mean, 1 mana for removal is really good. Even if it's stipulated removal. Alright. Check for traps. What is it? It's 2 mana. Come on. Two mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it and exile it. If an instant card or a card with flash is exiled this way, they lose a life. Otherwise, you lose a life. That's not great. But it is exiled and not discarded. So Bridle of Baldur's Gate. Because Baldur's Gate is in fact a Magic the Gathering, or not Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons official location. 2 mana for a half-elf rogue. It's a 1/3. It deals combat damage to a player. That player loses a life, mills a card, then you gain 1 life, and you scry 1. Scrying, of course, is looking at the top X cards of your library and putting them back in any order. Or putting them on the bottom of your library, in any order. When you attack, you may pay 2. If you do, target creature can't be blocked. Wait, just when you attack. Not when this attacks, when you attack. Well, the only reason that's like super strong is there's a land that requires 4 mana and tapping it to do the same effect. Just give a creature can't be blocked this turn. At that, it's just like, okay, I'll attack with a creature, pay 2 mana, it can't be blocked. This is Compelled Duel, 2 mana sorcery, target creature gets +3/+3, and must be blocked. Not by everything, it's not Lure. Which is a shame, because Lure is so good. Kick in the Door. 1 mana sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains haste until end of turn, and it cannot be blocked by walls this turn. Also venture into the dungeon. Oh, no, you do not give me this power. Do not give me this power game. Alright. Because I have the ability to search this up, oh, what's his name? Oh, I cannot remember the name of the creature. So there's a creature from the Return to Zendikar. It's a legendary creature that has, anytime you would cast an instant or sorcery with a single target that targets just this creature, copy it for each creature you control. copy for each. Just put that in the rules text. There shouldn't be a lot of things that pop up with that. 117 cards. No. Make sure to type in legendary. Maybe only 2 cards will pop up with that. 16. Much better. Zada, Hedron Grinder. That's the card. Does this work? God, it's so small. It's always so small. Alright, remove. Yes, I want to remove. What if I just pull it from that side? Yes? Does literal nothing different. Hello, phone. Why are you going off right now? I hope it's not bad news. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna have to take a little double check on what that text is. That'll be weird. Alright, so rather than pull up the card, Zada Hedron Grinder is whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets only Zada, copy it for each other creature you control that this spell could have targeted. So if I have 5 creatures in play and I cast Kick in the Door on Zada, Zada will get a +1/+1 counter, gain haste, can't be blocked by walls, and I'll venture into the dungeon. And then I'll copy it for each other creature I have. This is not the best use of this card, or of Zada Hedron Grinder, but it's still a fun use. The rare of the pack is Yanti. Oh, you're not focusing again. Meow. I pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Alright, back to the bottom. Alright, so it is Yanti Malison, which is a snake rogue. I guess the Yanti are snakes. It's a 2/1 with can't be blocked as long as it's attacked alone, and when it deals combat damage to a player, venture into the dungeon. Not bad. And our foil is a Flumph. 2 mana jellyfish with Defender and Flying. Because, of course, Magic the Gathering, it's a jellyfish. It has to have flying for some reason. About the only jellyfish that in the game that doesn't have flying is Mana War. But whenever this is dealt damage, you and target opponent each draw a card. I mean, I'm going to check. I don't think this is going to be high. Yep. 30 cents normally, 33 when foil. But it's nice to have it. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to double check what that text was about later. We have a card from the list, which has been good to us so far. We've had a couple no-goes, but quite a few better ones. Yeah, 3 cents increase. Granted, it's like 10%, which isn't bad. This is... Oh, this was the first rare that we opened. Namar? Oh, you come to the Null Camp. I mean, that's who the Dragon Knight is. But apparently, I was thinking of the wrong card. You have a forest. Forest. A pixie guide once again. Which we've had in that art. The Shiny Blade Spy. Cyano Stigma. We've had him foil, but now we can see what he looks like normally. Again, not really that impressive. Arcane Investigator, a 2-mana 2/1, who has Search the Room, so you pay 6 mana and you roll a d20. And you either draw a card, or you look at the top 3 cards and put 1 in your hand, and the rest on the bottom. Even 6 mana for draw a card isn't good. Got ourselves another portable hole. Another check for traps. Another Cridle of Baldur's Gate. Those the same 3 cards showed up last time. Shesra, Death Whisper, we've got her before. You happen upon a glade. Instant speed, search a library for 2 basic lands, put them into your hand, or return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. For 3 mana, no, that's not great. Ah, yes. Icing Death, Frost Tyrant. 4 mana 4/3 dragon, flying in vigilance. When it dies, create... I'm sorry, what? When Icing Death Frost Tyrant dies, create Icing Death Frost Tongue, a legendary white equipment artifact token with equipped creature gets +2/+0 whenever equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls, and equip 2. So, you have slain the dragon. Now, wield its mighty tongue! I have to check. Icing Death Frost Tyrant is 330. So it actually does not make it into the sleeves. Foil Evolving Wilds. And by God, we have a flavorful list card. It's Fireball! Pay X in a red to deal X damage. That's it. However, you can pay 1 mana for each target beyond the first, and then you have to divide X damage, which is silly. Why would you do that? Because you could be paying that 1 mana to deal more damage. Although I can't complain about the tongue sword, they are using all parts of the dragon. Got another copy of the Atropal. And then some sort of large beast. I would call it a Baylock, but I don't think it is. Oh, it's a Basilisk! We got the creature card for the Basilisk. Foil Mountain. We got there! I heard Golem! 4 mana Vigilance for a 5/3. It attacks or blocks each combat if able. Of course it will. Look at that face. Every card I've wanted to see, I have seen. I don't have any other want for these packs. This is great. And we have the regular Owl Bear. Which, again, is a 5-mana 4/4 with trample. And when it comes into play, you draw a card. It is a bird. And it is a bear. Yeah, I know, that art is great. I don't know what regular Iron Golem looks like. I can just look it up. I'm at Iron Golem. Regular Iron Golem art looks bad. I am so happy we saw the showcase art instead. So happy. Neverwinter Dryad. This is a Dryad, not a Druid. We've seen her. Scaled Herbalist. 2-mana 1/3, tap, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. There are 3 cards that do this. Nice. Split the party. Don't. Keen-eared Sentry. Gotta have that bell trap set up. Guild Thief. It's an Orc Rogue. We've seen all of these cards. As we've gone. Sepulchre Ghoul. Again, we've seen this. Still unfortunate about the only activate once a turn. Bar the Gate. Oh, would you look at that? Werewolf Pack Leader. It's a 2-mana 3/3 human werewolf. Whenever it attacks, if you attack with creatures with total power 6 or greater, draw a card, and pay 4 until the end of turn. This has a base power and toughness 5/3, gains trample, and isn't a human. Now, the only reason that would be helpful is for cards that are rotating out of standard shortly. Also, it's a 2-mana 3/3, which is great. It's probably not expensive, but still good. I mean, you know what? $4. Is that worth it? Foil kick in the door. Aha! Yeah, fine. That's the kind of stuff that I'd build a deck around. Well, now I have to open my pack of sleeves, because I've used up all the ones that were already out. Wolf Token. And the art card is some sort of researcher, which we've probably seen and I don't remember. You find the villain's lair. We have seen that art. Swamp. Got a showcase art Null Hunter, which we've had Null Hunter before. The Genie Windseer. We've seen this in the showcase art. Now this is just regular art. Pixie Guide. We've seen them before too. There's going to be a lot of roll a d20 in this pack probably. Contact Other Plane. 4 mana instant. Roll a d20, either draw 2 cards, scry 2, then draw 2 cards, or scry 3, then draw 3 cards. I mean, 4 mana, draw 3 cards is nice. The odds of it going off, hard to say. Got ourselves a third copy of Don't. Just the fact that it's sorcery. If it was instant, then sure. But it's sorcery. Meteor Sentry. We saw them before. We saw the Guild Thief too. But not the Thieves' Tools. That didn't happen last pack. We've got a Mind Flayer. 5 mana for a Creature Horror. It's a 3/3. That when it enters the battlefield, gains control of target creature for as long as you control Mind Flayer. Now, that's not the best wording for that ability. So Mind Flayer is probably not going to be much. 45 cents. But we do have an Instrument of the Bards. 1 mana legendary artifact. With, at the beginning of your upkeep, you may put a Harmony counter on this. Then you can pay 4. I know, that bear looks so happy. Basically, all of these animals are just like, yeah, we here. You got the bear, the rabbit, the boar, the big cat, the small cat. I think there's a third cat in there somewhere. It's the house cat in the art that just really sells it for me. Alright, so search your library for a creature card with mana value equal to the number of Harmony counters. Reveal it, put it into your hand. Then if it was a legendary, create a treasure token. So close. So close to sounding like a great card, and then it just fell flat at the end. Our foil is Intrepid Outlander. It's a 2 mana 2/3 with reach. So good already. That's just great stats. For 2 mana, you should get a 2/2 at best. But this is a 2/3. And it has reach. But whenever it attacks, if you attack with power 6 or greater, venture into the dungeon. Sure. Goblin Token. I wonder what this card is. It's just going to be the art, the Beholder. Because it's a Beholder. We have a mountain. Ooh, okay. All right, I can get behind this art for clattering skeletons. They're skeletons. That's what they are. Boulette. This is the first time we've actually seen this card. It's regular art, so If a creature died, put a +1/+1 counter on this. So 4 mana, 3/3. Compelled Duel. Give a creature +3/+3 and has to be blocked. Underdark Basilisk. 1/2 with Death Touch. Ooh, okay, alright. Critical hit. 2 mana instant speed. Target creature gains double strike until end of turn. But when you roll a natural 20, return critical hit from your graveyard to your hand. Nice. A natural 20 is when a roll that displays the 20 on the die. Barbarian class. If you would roll 1 or more dice, roll that many +1 and ignore the lowest roll. Sure. When you level it up, when you roll 1 or more dice, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and menace. And at level 3, just creatures you control have haste. Nice. Haven't seen that class yet, so that's good. Farida, Devil's Chosen. We finally get to see this art. We saw her with the showcase art, but yeah. Still weird for a blue-red creature. Spiked Pit Trap. So 1 mana with Flash, and you can pay 5 and sacrifice it to choose a creature and then roll a d20. Either deal 5 damage to that creature, which is weird. Okay. My issue with this card, I do have an issue with this card, is that you can target creatures with flying. If you couldn't target a creature with flying with this ability, then fine, it's great. But oh no, that bird is coming at me. Too bad I have this spiked pit. You'll never see it coming. 10 to 20, you kill you deal 5 damage, and you also create a treasure deck. But it's 1 mana to cast and 5 to activate. Death Priest of Miracle. Ooh. All of this. All of the Storm Giants. That's a shame. Whenever 2 or more lands are into play, it comes into play tapped, so play it early, tap blue, pay 6 until end of turn. It becomes a 7/7 with Ward 3. Ooh, nice. Okay. Give me 1 second. This looks like the kind of thing that I should probably be concerned about. So, Eliwick Thumblestrum. For +1, she's a 4 mana planeswalker. +1 is Venture into the Dungeon. For -2, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature among them and put it into your hand. If it's legendary, gain 3 life. Then put the rest on the bottom in a random order. For -7, gain that emblem, which is the first thing that we opened up today from this set. She herself, $5.86 for this card. So it is just within the realms of using that sleeve. We have 2 more packs, which means we're doing really good, actually, because, like, I've almost been live for 5 hours, somehow. We've only opened this 1 box. We have a mini game card. Mimic Match. No. Ooh. Got Beholder art. We've seen this card too. Baleful Beholder. Plains. Oh, a Loathsome Troll. 5 mana for a 6/2. Pay 4, roll a d20. Activate only if this is in your graveyard. On a 1 to 9, put it on top of your library. On a 10 to 19, put it in your hand. But on a 20, put it onto the battlefield tapped. Nice. Spiked Pit Trap. All those birds. Farida's Fireball. This tracks again. 5 mana instant, deal 5 damage to target creature planeswalker, and then roll a d20. On a 1 to 9, you deal 2 damage to each opponent. Sorry. On a 1 to 9, you deal 2 damage to each player. On a 10 to 20, you deal 2 damage to each opponent. So on a 1 to 9, you hit yourself. Swarming Goblins. Make a bunch of dudes. Critical hits. We just saw this card. Barbarian class. We saw that after seeing critical hit. Farida Devil's Chosen. We saw that as well. Grim Bounty. Destroy a thing, make a treasure. You come to a river. The rare is Fighter class. When it enters the battlefield, search for an equipment card, put it into your hand. When you level it up, equipment abilities cost 2 less to activate. And level up the 3rd time, whenever a creature you control attacks, up to 1 target creature can't or must block it. It helps when you read the card. Reading the card explains the card. Whenever a creature you control attacks, up to 1 target creature blocks it this turn if able. Sorry, this combat. Sometimes you can have more than 1 combat. Fighter class isn't going to be expensive. Nope. And we have a foil Find the Path. So this is the final pack. Wonder what we'll get. So far, we're getting a card from the list, so that's a good sign. That's a great start to the last pack. Devil is this? Have we opened this card? Long Rest. Yes, we have opened this card. Nice. Got a forest. And then the showcase art for Genie Wincy. Got that spare dagger. A Manticore, which is the first time we've actually seen this card in this frame with its art. Still not an amazing card, but sure. Feign Death, we have seen. Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. The Power of Persuasion, where you could hopefully gain control of a thing until the next turn. Wild Trickster. I would have liked to see this card's showcase art. but it looks like it doesn't exist. There is not a showcase art for this card. Oh, Paladin Shield. 2 mana equipment with flash, so you can play it anytime you can play an instant. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. Just give a creature +0/+2 for 2 mana at instant speed. Sudden Insight. 6 mana, draw a card for each different mana value among non-land cards in your graveyard. Ah, yes. One of the last classes we didn't have. Bard class. 2 mana, it's a red and a green. Legendary creatures you control enter with an additional +1/+1 counter on them. And when you level it up with a red and a green, legendary spells you cast cost red and a green less to cast. This effect reduces only the amount of colored mana. So if you were at a turn where you could play a red and green legendary, level this up, and you can still play that red and green legendary. Probably. More often than not. And then level 3 is 5 mana. When you cast a legendary spell, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. You must still pay their cost. Alright. Bard class. Yeah, that one's not too much. A foil Grim Wanderer. Nice. And then the card from the list. Oh, got my hopes up. A Lashweed Lurker. This is from Shadows over Innistrad? No. EMN. Wait, what was EMN? It's the same block. Eldritch Moon. That's it. So 8 mana for a 5/4. Eldrazi Horror. But you can pay 5, a green, and a blue, and sacrifice a creature to reduce this cost by that creature's cost. So if you had a creature that was, say, 5 and a green, all you would have to do is sacrifice that creature, pay a single blue mana, and this erupts from its corpse. But when you cast this, you can put target non-land permanent on top of its owner's library. It's not great. The emerge mechanic was fine sometimes, but not always. That's it. All right. Only because I have this here as well. I do have one more Commander Legends pack. I don't remember when I got these, but sometimes they're nice to open. And we started by opening one of these. Let's finish by opening one of these. If I can get it open. Wow. This pack does not want to be opened. I know we're not getting that full pack ripping ASMR, but for Flying Angel token. We have Attuned Operative. As long as you control an artifact, this has +1/+0 and Death Touch for 2 mana 2/2. So good. Undying Rage. Enchanted creature gets +2/+0, cannot block. But if it goes to a graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. It's nice to throw that on your opponent's stuff just to make sure they can't block with it. Aw, it's run away together. This is the second cutest card I've seen today. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return them both to their owner's hands. Armory of Iroas. 2 mana equipment. Whenever equipped creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Wild Celebrants. 5 mana, 5/3. When it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact. Sure. Not great. However, with cards like Charcoal Diamond, it does get rid of your opponent's mana fixing. 2 mana, comes into play tapped, adds a black. Oh, Viscerous here, however. This is a worthwhile card. A lot of people use this one. Single black mana for a 1/1, but you sacrifice a creature and you scry 1. This is used in any sort of creature that just says sacrifice a creature, or whenever you sacrifice a creature, something happens. Soul's Fire. 3 mana instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to any target. Nice. Kinsbale Courier. 3 mana Kithkin Soldier. It's a 2/1. That's not good. But when it enters the battlefield, you'll put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. And for 3 mana, you can encore it, exile it from your graveyard, and create a token for each opponent. That's fine. That's a reasonable ability. Wild Size, 3 mana instant, +2/+2, gain trample, until end of turn, and then you draw a card. If it wasn't for the fact that draw a card was there, there's a better card. Blight Assassin. 3 mana 2/2, give a target creature -1/-1. Amorphous Axe is a 2 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is every creature type, which is a slight upgrade from the Runed Stalactite from earlier years, where equipped creature got +1/+0 and every creature type. Rupture Spire comes into play tapped, pay a mana, adds mana of any color. It's a good land. Run it if you need to use a lot of colors. Pennon Blade. 3 mana equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. It's not the best. Imperious Perfect. This is good. 3 mana, other elves you control get +1/+1, but pay a green and tap to make an elf token. Also, it's a 2/2. So, it's possible to get a lot of elves. Revenant. You stay on that pile, Imperious Perfect. Revenant is a 5 mana spirit with flying, whose power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Okay. Our rare is a Nightshade Harvester. 4 mana 2/2. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, that player loses a life, period. Put a +1/+1 counter on Nightshade Harvester, period. Nice. That's actually not bad. And then the two legends that we have are Numa A. At the beginning of your combat, you may pay double X. If you do, put X +1/+1 counters on any number of elves. Not that you control, just elves. And then there's Myra, Thorn of the Glade. It's another elf. Whenever this or another elf you control dies, you may pay 1 and 1 life. If you do, draw a card. Meh. Apparently the foil is Iona's Judgment, and it is very, like, it is not the straightest foil. Iona's Judgment, of course, a 5-mana sorcery, exile target creature or enchantment. Alright. I'd say, aside from that pack of Commander Legends, we did pretty good overall. Let's see. 16 cards of $5 or greater, 2 of which are over $12. So I think we even broke even on the box. Thereabouts. I'm not going to do the actual math this go around, like on Friday. I'll just hope for it. So I think, yeah, that's been a good day. I'm gonna go back over to the base scene real fast before I shut off for the night, because it's like 5 o'clock and I've been going for 5 hours. I should probably eat something. So I know this week I didn't stream yesterday because I was doing some setup stuff for, again, the whole filling out Twitch affiliate stuff. And then Twitch was like, no, you don't have enough people. Even though when I looked on other people's accounts as well, it said I had 50 followers. But yeah, no, the cards are very pretty. And if you want these, I was about to show this in front of, webcam. If you want cards like the cards like this, they are actually pretty easy to find. So this is hopefully readable. These are the Dungeons and Dragons Adventures of the Forgotten Realms art series, where, like, even just this art looks amazing. And some of them are signed by the artist. You can get it regular or get it signed. Sometimes that'll affect how things works. And for the record, I could teach you about magic, but I'm not the greatest about that. I try to be as chill as possible. And apparently it's for a good reason. But so I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. I have to deal with somebody needs to go to a dentist. I'm going to make sure that they get there. And then I work Saturday. So I'm probably definitely not going to stream Saturday. As I say, it's a 5:30 to probably 10 p.m. Shift. which is fine. Got to do those things do those shifts every so often, so so you can spend the rest of the month doing this. But thank you for being here, Tresden, and I believe I saw Rashama earlier. Thank you for the information about streaming Ragnarok Online. That might come into play later as well. And thank you, Sparky Kills, for following 5 hours ago at the start of the stream. I know I thanked you when you followed, but it's the end of the stream, so I gotta make sure I do that too. And with that one follow, I did get the notification from Twitch that I do in fact have 50 followers. And I hope that nothing's gone wrong with that. Which means tomorrow, I'm definitely going to be able to figure out the whole affiliate stuff. And just like with what Hina has, I will put in a push-up, sit-up kind of situation. Because I am not in a healthy position either. Yeah, that's the hope. And I really hope you can get there quickly, Tresden. I know we're doing the whole people watching. Like, we're getting a lot of people in. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that text later. I know, it's... Firstly, it's because, yeah, we're pretty sedentary. I almost said sediment, but it's kind of the same thing. And we spend a lot of time just doing this. Like, even today. Well, I mean, when you say a few months ago, how long? How long was a few months? I'm not gonna lie, it's honestly because of things like the fact that we were playing a little over 2 months? Okay, so about 2 months after I started. And I came in with a definite boost of like already having 10 followers from 3 years ago who never unfollowed my account. So yeah. I'm going to say you're probably going to get to the 50 probably before the end of the year. I think if you have Christmas Day as your end goal time, like I've got set up for this, you'll probably hit 50 before it happens. Because some of us also have the ability to promote you on other channels, which I can do now that I don't need to worry about promoting myself so much, even though I still need to worry about promoting myself because I'm awful at that. Oh man, I am so bad at that. But I don't know where I was going with my next train of thought, and I don't think I should even board that one. So, I think, yeah, that should be good for today, right? today's been a good day for here and for me at least. I still don't know what those texts are. Let's see. I think I'll just leave them alone. I'm not gonna send a raid to any of those channels because half of them aren't gonna notice, and the other half I don't really do too much with anyway. Oh. I should really look into a lot more of these other emotes, because I don't have a lot, but I do have I do have this one, which is a fun one. Is that it? Yeah. I do have butts, which at least I have access to butts. All right. Things are getting hectic on my phone, and I really have to go and take care of that. So, I see. All right. Let's do the goodbyes, because I have no idea what I'm gonna do with that. So, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for following. If you followed, thank you for chatting. If you chatted, if you just stayed here and watched the whole thing, that's fine. That's great. Keep doing that. All of the last week's uploads, or last week's videos, will be uploaded to YouTube tomorrow, starting at noon. This week's videos will be uploaded next week, as per usual. The next scheduled stream is Monday. Will probably be Hearthstone. Somehow I'm trying to get back into that. And we'll see how things go between then and now. If I go live, I'll send a tweet. I tend to do that either way. My Twitter is @Zalbag1. I don't talk a lot on Twitter. But if you have any questions, feel free to send messages here on Twitter. Or if you've got me on Discord, you can always shoot a message over on Discord. I will see them eventually. Dresden, take care. I think you might have been talking about streaming tonight as well. I might be there. I might, depending on what all of this stuff is, I might be there. So, stay safe, stay healthy. Things are getting real crazy out there with people. Be good to yourself. Be good to other people. Take care, and I will see you all next time.
Goodbye.